Hello everyone. Happy Saturday. Yeah, I know I don't usually do streams this early, but I didn't really have an opportunity to do it this evening. I was also planning on streaming yesterday, but it was like extremely hot outside and you would be at the mercy of my AC the entire time. Better weather today, so you'll only be subjected to it some of the time, maybe. Anyway, we are hopefully finishing Ace Attorney Investigations today, the first game. And I think I'll take a break after finishing the first game before I start the second. Not a super long break though, because I don't want to forget what happened. Speaking of, let's go ahead and get started and we can boot up the game and play some of that thing. Okay. I don't think we'll have anyone joining us because it's so early. I'll keep an eye out. No. Oh, that's a funny title screen. That's really good. Oh, nice. Alright, so last we left off, there's a fire, and Kay is blamed for, although we got off the hook for that one, but we're still figuring out about a guy that was murdered. So let's continue. This happened at an embassy too, so that's not good. Yeah, it's no good. Oh, here he is. Count off! 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Get your ones in chat. 1, 1. Shifu, 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. That's right, because all of them are number 1. They're all equals. Forgot about that. It's funny. Hey, you! Yeah, you the second number one from my right. Sir, yes, sir. Here, a birthday present for you. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you're more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you, it's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir! Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved. I can't stop crying. I mean, say it will about the guy, but he gets results and they love working for him. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone head for your posts. Dismissed! Sir! Yo, you guys there the whole time? Got a call from Shinon. She's already filled me in. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again. Absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. Simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabahasian embassy. What if I say no? Objection! Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabahast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, only about half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way. I thought I was in charge of Alabahast, Miss Von Karma. Grr. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabahast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabahast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolf, he just let us in already! Yup. Whoa. Bunch of guys. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Whoa, look at these guys. Look at this old guy. Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba asks that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It's all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, there's nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling! Gracias, curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country. What are you? The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. It is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see? Oh, no way! Oh, here we go. Fight, fight, fight. Wait, no, we're in the neutral theater. No, no, no. Ambassador Alba, I ask you please reconsider laying them into Alabahast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babalese embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So he asked for your cooperation on our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday. Alright, I get it. If you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in! Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir! Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Rasp! What? Rasp? What? What kind of noise is rasp? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So I want to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, she who I think she is? Ah, that's right. Didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska von Karma is the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Ooh, I knew it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss von Karma. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabasta in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I've allowed smart boves the smuggling ring and the Yatagrasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Alabahast. I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Paleno for all that he has done for me. Let's go do those things, shall we? Ambassador Paleno, I'm in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's all Bao can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but no, I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. No, that's quite alright. Oh, well, how about this then? Ink. That could be important. What exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink, known as Babalese ink. It's made exclusively in Babal. This is Babalese ink? Make it from white crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this. You could write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me, thinking my pens just happened to run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Aha! Great, wonderful. I guaranteed you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. As we don't export it. If you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Cool. Let's talk to Kane Gumshoe. Okay, I'm glad you're not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness, alright? If you had run to the Yatagarasu, you could have been killed. Sorry to make you worry like that. I'll be more careful from now on. Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection every once in a while. It's funny, you know, when I talk with you, Mr. Edgeworth, it's like I'm talking to my father. Is that so? Have I really seem that old to her? Old, you're old. Take the Gumshoe, I'm counting you to keep Kay safe. Yes, sir. Just leave everything to me, sir. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you. Go investigate the Babal side of things together. Right, Kay? That's right, Gummy. All I'm missing is the last stooge. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. Yeah, that kind of complicated things, didn't it? There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you're able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. Simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. I mean, the Barbalese ink? Why are there restrictions on the export of Barbalese ink to begin with? That's classified into Portland for... Hold it! Franziska, as you're so bored, I'm part of your investigation now. Don't you think it'd be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zhangfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Barbalese ink. It's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Barbalese ink from real ones. Thus it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. Aha! That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. The culture was smuggling large amounts of Barbalese ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in Barbalese embassy, we're looking into the Alabahast embassy next. It's a matter of where they're hidden. Mark my words, I will find them. Aha. Well, shall we get going? Come on. What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Albahast, so we're gonna gather whatever info we can over the Barbalese side, okay? Alright, counting on you two. Right, and I'm counting on you, Miss Von Karma, to sniff out clues in Albahast. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phone, you let me know, okay? Tell me, I'll rush on over straight away, no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Okie dokie. Up there. Oh. Not again, Seal Samurai. This can't keep happening to you. Oh! What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You're... Edgy, oh thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really big pickle, your lordship. A raven, it appeared, poof! And then disappeared, swoosh! And though I am the Steel Samurai, my sword, I'm so confused, I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? I'm Larry, the House of Butts, married man of New Old Tokyo, m'lady. Now I remember, this person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, friendly enough he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud's in a bind, you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind. Accidentally became a suspect in a murder. I see, that's quite the bind. Again, Larry. I'm so glad we got to see him. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he's been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry, it was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph. Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I haven't winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on? Why are you beat red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play. Yes, Lang, you are. Aha, so this the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. What, you ask? The murder of a man who had stuck into this embassy. Masked and Mask the Second! Mask the Second. Yeah? He looks dead to me. Only Larry could get himself yet another mess as fine as this. No matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. So it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. Great, so we've got to bail out 2 of his friends from murder charges today. Cool. Have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Chief, I've identified the victim. Good work. Take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor. Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. Agent Lang. He's here again. Agent Lang. Will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu, non-stop. They've been pressuring Interpol and keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found. Incredible dedication to the case. I'm so happy we see him again. This guy's great. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well. His passion for the chase hasn't died down these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, gonna make an ally of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If you can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. And you're dead, Detective Bad. About the murder of the Mask the Second, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? The Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty. Put ourselves in charge of directing things at the crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Mask the Second, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. I suppose he lost his life and he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Take the bet. I know it's been 7 years, but have you seen my badge? Take the bet. I'm wondering if you might be able to tell me. Okay, nothing important. Sorry, but I don't give a hoot about things that aren't related to the Yatagarasu. Heh, looks like nothing about you has changed in these 7 years, huh? Daughter von Karma, you're still just a sapling of a prosecutor, so... I'll have you know that I've already grown to a stately tree of a prosecutor. Is that right? You just told your friend Ziska? Seems to be enjoying this quite a bit. Alright. Suspect. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. You can plainly see he's completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here in the Alabahastian Embassy, Master Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show. Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. For some weird reason, that man was spotted at a different location than his assigned room at that time. But where was he? He was on the roof, with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room. Was Laird trying to be Santa? Harry Butts, you really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In case I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Alright, we gotta talk to Larry, unfortunately. Larry, there are a few things to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I got a few things I gotta ask you too. What is it? It's like both you and him. How's the two you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? Franzi, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? Maury said you'd model for my next book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Yeah! Made no such promise. Ever since grade school, I've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We just look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. I like how they're refusing to say Nick's name. They say him or that guy. They're specifically not mentioning Phoenix Wright's name. And I'm not sure why. Specifically. It's just for the bit that this isn't his game, so we're not going to mention him at all. Have you seen my badge, Larry? I wonder if you might know what this is. Nope, not a clue. I didn't even look at it. Nah, it's because the only thing I can see right now is the form of my lovely Franzi. Oh, in that case, allow me to help you sear my form into you for all eternity. Ah! Whippity whip trip! Zoinks! Now this is the trip I'm going to endorse, especially if we can finally get some peace here. This guy. Do we have... Yeah, let's show him the autograph. Oh, hey, it's the Steel Samurai. I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. The Steel Samurai was up there on that stage. Was that really you? Yep, sure was. Larry! You... Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! I was ruined by the performance of this man. He's completely useless, worthless bum. I may never recover from this. It's like, if you're at a theme park, like you're at Disneyland, alright? And, like, you see, God forbid, Mickey Mouse take his head off, and then someone you hate is underneath that mask. You're like, oh, huh? You feel betrayed, and that's what Edgeworth's feeling here. Steel Samurai, tell me. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Loris Dunham now? That's Donham! Loris Dunham! Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Or Donham. Oh, wow! Now I remember, you're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Loris business. Besides, when Banjolino left me my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She'd been so good to me, I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your name blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. Leave is saying that he picked up this part-time job as a Steel Samurai so that they attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it! I knew you know what I mean, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood. A simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. I'd say never change, Larry, but you really, really should. Time of the murder. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, how tell me you suspect me too? Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. But past experiences tell me you are always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean, stab me through words like that? Fortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. Yeah. Yeah, the Magatama stuff. That was a whole can of worms in that game. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Stop Franzi from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? Can't even begin to imagine, however. Imagine that whatever you're up to is probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry? Nope, not yet, Edgy. I'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more! Confess, now. Oh. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, that wintry custom of the legendary hero. Legendary... hero? Santa Claus! Santa... Claus? I want to do that thing he does, so I climbed into one of the chimneys. I was joking about him being Santa. I didn't think I was actually what he was doing. I was making a funny. I was doing a silly. I didn't think... Alright. Whatever. When I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. Oh. And? Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Edward, don't. No, don't. Of course I know. I didn't graduate from junior high, you know. You should also understand this. Santa was real. He would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Ah, crud! It is your attempt to imitate Santa has landed you as prime suspect in this murder. Oh, come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. No! Hey, wait a second, we're not in court. True. Is there anything else I should show him? I don't think there's anything else to show him, to my knowledge. Alright, the knives, we should check these. Some weapons are displayed in this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. Must be the counterparts to Bob Lee's knives. These the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. Well, let's strike it out, but first, take a look at this statue. Spot absolutely no difference between this Primadux statue and Babal's. Does the statue's face look a bit like that costumed hero you like so very much? I don't wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so. Again, we're pretending that this takes place in America. Knives adorned with flowers on display here. I suspect these are the counterparts to the Bob Lee's knives. Blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. But one of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and the handle, fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. This means that an Alabastian knife did find its way into Babal. But how? So can we deduce stuff? I'll get to that plant later, don't worry. Okay. There's a striking flower ornament at the handle of its knife. Compared to the Bob Lee's knife's handle, a larger one gives Alabahast more presence. There's quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I've become accustomed to seeing blood. Wait, hold on. Why is this piece missing? Is it supposed... No, it's just missing. It's strange, isn't it? Okay. Knife handle with a butterfly on it. Wonder where the blade that this should be attached to is. Would it possibly... Since one of the blades from this set was used to kill him, that means logically... Blade's yet to be found, but clearly... The condition of this here... What? So is that related to anyway? Alright, guess it's not that. It's not like you at all. Don't tell me you don't understand the meaning behind this piece of evidence. Well, I don't. So I have no choice then. I'll just have to explain it to you from the beginning. What you should be doing from the very beginning is admitting your mistake. You saw right through me. Alright, let's look at the other stuff first, I think. Nope, nope, not deduction. No. We're not deducing. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. Yeah! It's the Seal Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny just like my heart. Comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like BAM! You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. Or, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced that spear's up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? I'm just staring off to the distance. Now, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can show him if I show him the piece of evidence. Not point something out about this spear. Sure, we probably can. But first, oh, what is that plant supposed to be? And just can't you see it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Mouse Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. Forward to your salary assessment next month. You're deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Oh boy. Alright, Larry. Show us the goods. Spear. We haven't checked the body yet. That's probably important, actually. Hold on. This seems important first. This is victim Damask II. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Master Mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So the thief is separate from the Yatagarasu. I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. The Mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation. We know more about the Mask. That's alright. We'll probably hear tales of its failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? Alrighty. Let's start with the blade here. This is the murder weapon in this case. This is blood on the blade. It's rather a sweeping sword, isn't it? What you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, his trusty samurai spear that turns into a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. It's only because I saw the stage show earlier. You're the sword of the Steel Samurai. Or in other words, Larry. You should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Okay. His hat. It's not a single shred of fashion sense in Damask's costume. At least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out the Mask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. Can't believe that foolish fool dressed in fool's clothing to act foolishly. Got your point about 3 foolishes back, Franziska. Oh yes, now what is this very obvious paper here? What's he holding? Looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. Oh, the directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Primadox statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I'd say this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the theft of the Primadox statue? Okay, can we take off his mask, perhaps? The mask had quit the business. This guy, just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashino. He's 29 and went on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damask II. The cause of death appears to be lots of blood from the back of his head. Seems like he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he's bludgeoned to death. Oh. Bludgeoned to death by a sword. I see. Well then, that's interesting. Was that written down anywhere? Why was that not written down? That seems very important. That seems very important to not write down. Suppose this was a wrapping cloth Damask used to carry stolen goods. There's nothing wrapped in it now. Guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. Okay. Alright. Sure. Also shaking hands with the steel samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. The steel samurai must be very popular, even using the national treasure as a backdrop. Just don't understand. What's exactly so great about the top knot there? Clearly, there's a depth to this show the young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of the show of costumed actors? Okay, let's take a look at that picture again. It seems like it could be important. Hold on a minute. Why is that statue rotated here? There was the exact same statue sitting in that Babali's office when we examined. It's the Primate statue, as well as the national treasure of the Principality of Cadopia. Though it's only one of these statues means that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabaster and Babar claim to have the real thing. An incredibly childish fight to have. Okay. Well, we know something here. It is very much connected to the evidence, because why the heck was it moved? Why is it rotated? Eureka! Look at this photo and tell me what you find out about this scene, Miss Von Karma. Zippet joins the ambassador's face as he shakes that top knot's hand. That's not it. I was trying to point at the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or secretariat level person is allowed to handle it. The statue's facing one way in this photo. Now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene. It's proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Ooh. Okay, what else did that give us? It's almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Babalese side. Can't see any of the details in this distance. Okay, yeah. The Primadux statue. There's one of these on the Babalese side as well. It's very valuable, made of pure gold. This is a national treasure, Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Albahast and Bar claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. Okay, yeah, same dialogue pretty much. Alright, that's pretty dang important. Anything else? It's a fireplace. By the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Uh-huh! Can't say I see anything unusual about it. That's important too, Edgeworth. And there's just a tree going in here. Two gorgeous flowers are in bloom here. The flowers of love disease must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? It should hardly be passion flowers all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Okay. I see. This is important somehow, I guess. I don't know how it's important, but it's important, I guess. Must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is up on his desk. Must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today. Funny, doesn't look like important work to me. Hey Larry. Murder weapon. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. Well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. When I talk about shock, I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool looking, especially foolish for foolishly saying such a foolish excuse. That's 5. That's a... Is that a record? I don't know, but that's 5. You forgot to take something that big with you. Who would believe such a tale? Hold it! Sorry, Mr. Von Karn, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Angie, you believe me? I just knew that our friendship was something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name, which means that I'll have to prove his innocence from a different angle. How about the fact that the guy was bludgeoned to death, and this is a sharp sword? Hey, that's an official steel samurai weapon. What, you want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans asked that of me. What are you prattling on about now? Steel samurai sushi slash! How's that? Bet it sent shivers up your spine. Let myself get caught up in being a spectator. I think I've failed myself. Okay. Oh, hey, it's the Steel Samurai. I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. Okay. We're just asking this again. That's really him. Well, Edgeworth said we need to show him a certain piece of evidence. But I don't know what exactly. And furthermore, what we deduce here? What did we say about this again? I guess I'll point out something about the spear. Wait, can we deduce stuff actually? Hold on, let's see. No? Guess not. Let's talk to other people. Did some investigating over the Bobley's embassy too, right? Did? Is there a problem? Lang Z says a wolf aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. Believe the enemy requires he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. Yeah, a real wolf can catch both. I see, so what are you trying to say, seeing as how you're currently handling 2 cases? Yeah, suit yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you. We've talked with him. Let's ask Franziska. Investigation. I've only just arrived in this room myself, which is why we need to investigate some more. Yes, I agree. Priority should be on understanding what the current situation is. Of course. I can do that from the very beginning. In that case, hurry up and start the investigation already. I will, so let's get started. I'll find the truth behind what happened here. Start by gathering as much information as I can. What else can we learn? What is that plant supposed to be? Okay, it's just this dialogue again, I guess. Plants. So navigate plants in here as well. This room is overflowing with nature. Humans lived in the grandeur of nature once, long ago. If I'm not mistaken, I think that those people truly loved nature. This is coming from a man who loves shows featuring costumed actors. She just had to go there again, didn't she? Okay. You've looked at everything here. Statue again. I've missed something. The flower pattern, I guess? Counterpart to the Babbly's butterflies, the Alabastian flower. Keep saying Alabast. The butterfly's a flower. They're both lovely things. Can we interpret this to mean the Alabast? I keep thinking there's an extra A in that. The Alabast provides honey to Baba. Let's see how you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment. Very well then, let's see what sort of profound comments you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. Butterflies cannot live without the nectar the flowers provide. If either one disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How's that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long, you fell asleep. Let's continue the investigation. Franziska, why can't you just admit I had something there? Okay. Looked at that. This again. Okay, that's just the same dialogue. But it's different because we're not in the zoomed in part. Okay. There are a few things here that I'm surprised aren't noted down. Only the bludgeoning part and the fireplace part. Those seem like very important things that should be in like our evidence and stuff, but it isn't. So I guess we either show Larry something or deduct something here, but it doesn't hurt to show stuff to Larry. So I'll just show him everything, I guess. Yeah, this one's all charred and stuff. They both look about the same. I'll just show him everything. I don't think the flowers would say anything about. You know this? Nope, not a clue. Yeah, what would he know, actually? Would you know about the knife? Would you, Larry? That's implied that I need to show him something specific, but there's nothing else to find. Only stuff to deduct. I'm not sure how the game wants us to connect these things. Have we looked at the sword specifically? We can't look at it any further. Here, Larry, have some money. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what else we would show him. And I'm not sure what we'd specifically deduce about this area. Other than that the statue is moved. This wouldn't... The key wouldn't do anything. This probably wouldn't do anything. Weird. I don't know what it wants. We've looked at everything, we've talked with everyone. I'll show Franziska some stuff, I guess. Sword. These pieces, okay. Okay. I don't have to look up stuff already. I guess I'll show literally everything to Larry then. I can't think of anything else. How about these flowers, Larry? I think you've seen the statue. Ink. No. Alright, I think I kind of have to look it up, I think. Because the game's giving me certain things, but I don't know how to... I don't know what the game wants from me here. Like, I know how... I know where it's going, kind of. But I don't know how the game wants me to prove it. Okay. Let's take a look here. Oh, hold on. Alright. I see what it was. It's kind of weird. They want me to do this to this, where the spear is supposed to be straight up. Eureka! But it's bent. Larry, about the spear. Oh, you feel it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way, it's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Take a good look at this which you drew with your own hands. You can see it, the spear is clearly of a different shape. Ah! What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around, and bam! It hit the wall! You unbelievable, this is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time I had an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. Just a useless hot-blooded man! Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so some field trip and I began to shadow fight myself. Not that! I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Find a clue? I'm trying to find a clue, friend. Trying to. Hopefully Larry will give me more. Oh, that's no big. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt the move as simple as spinning around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy's so naive. Where did that come from? Well, I keep calling it the samurai spear. That's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. It's hollow on the inside. You could hit against practically anything, it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me that was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think part of your personality is cute. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. That's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. Okay. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... Yo, Pink Princess, how you feeling? Still ill? Wait, don't tell me. Is this Kay dressed up so she get inside? Oh, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. Yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. So the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. Do you mean you speak with her as well? Alright. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you'd please answer... Oh god! Dang it! Me! Again? This must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the? Aren't you Miss Oldbag? Why are you so surprised? Ah, so you're the one that got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. Your acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. Ugh. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. It was so noisy I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, edgy poo. You misjudged him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. There was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted. He's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I'll chase you for forever to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? It's one of those rare times when Franziska and I actually see eye to eye. Oh god. Alright. Have you seen my badge? What's this? A present for me? No, obviously can't simply give you a piece of evidence. I see. You're just embarrassed to give it to me in front of all these people. But don't worry, I can't wait. I can wait. A present of love for my edgy poo is beyond worth it. Yeah. What a bother. If you only knew how much, Franziska. Alright, if you doesn't want to know about my badge this time. Now then, what are you doing here? Thought you were working at Gatewaterland as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago. That was yesterday. Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you? Apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. Happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. They don't have enough people on staff at that studio. I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, actually, you're reading that stage of the ropes, so you used to be standing for very less like a trip most poor life to do it through a regular, so you could hit the hammer. Now it's all up for her, they're real just a bunch of simpletons. You're a rather lively old lady. So, basically, you received the standard request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. Okay. I tell you, my fan acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker! Wendy, I'll be sending for your above tonight, your loving night. Oh. Interesting. I was just taking my break and I found the stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kind of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be sending you from above tonight, your loving night. How should it be revolting? I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Make this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? Oh, now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You bust the evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy Poo, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. Okay. Let's, Can we not look at evidence right now? I guess we can look at this. Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai, Daddy, Mirror, New Old Tokyo. So this person will be descending me from above tonight, huh? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me. If you could please not cling onto my personage. Ah, see, beautiful people have it so hard. I'll take this for me to be up on that stage for a little while and a stalker is born. After all time you're up on that stage, you're in costume. Therefore, no one should have recognized you or what you look like underneath. But there's that thing, you know, to say people can identify you by your aura. See, without seeing my face, my stalker can see the beauty within me. So you see, that's how I charm the pants off men. Charm? You? Preposterous. Okay, what I was going to do is look on this. And, it's clear that this says Mindy. But because it's Larry's handwriting, it looks terrible. Because this E is an I, because loving looks like that, and the I in night looks like that. That's what his E's look like. So he's saying Mindy. Larry. Should I? Do I give her this? What's this? Okay. She doesn't get that connection. I'll give it to Larry. Alright, let's ask about the time of the murder. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Okay. Alright. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Caress me, hold me. If you could please not cling onto my personage. In any case, I may take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that? No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hip started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you find proof of your condition? Oh, you just go ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. No. Oh, no. As of Von Karma, I've brought the police dogs you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. Is that my boy? This dog. Request the assistance of a dog in our search for the Autograsu. Looks like you gathered some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taken care of. I think its name is Missile. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. Action alone is exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. We got Missile back. We got all the best characters from Phoenix Wright coming up in this game. Yes. Yes, I saw a dog in, like, the game art, like, when you go to the game in Steam and it shows, like, the little background. I saw a dog in there and I was wondering if it was Missile or just a different dog, but nope, it's Missile. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Go, Missile! Nope. That was quick. Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Like a certain someone I know. What do we have here? What is this? Looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Franziska, isn't that an official samurai dog? No, bad Missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. Just a meat substance snack featuring the steel samurai, I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. Looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found. Okay, that was the thing we saw. I'm like, that's a pretty big thing for just a... What do we have here? Appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. Somehow doubt that. It looked like the shirt would even fit him. Samurai dog and lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstance, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. So we should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. Okay, well, there are two things that you do. Larry, did you write this? He's not gonna admit to it. Alright. Never mind. Alright. Some other time, Larry. Alright, Wendy. Is this your shirt? Please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Edgy Poo, what's the meaning of this? Why'd you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask and I would have gladly given you as many as you like. Thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here at this crime scene. What? Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing! Nothing, I tell you! What? Oh, I'd made to use the fireplace to dry that shirt. I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know. Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. On top of that, I get fingers as suspect. You're too cruel, Edgy Poo. You claim that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I'd been the one to find the body, you'd think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am. I tell you, it's always like this. Some ways father about he heavily those who cameras with you. Lawyers make sure to those who speak of this matter of a husband. Can you believe we got married? He said against some sick man. What kind of way to propose that? We sure don't say whispered me out of deserve back and up. Will you marry me on sing these days? Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions. I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt in the fireplace on a break. That's how the undershirt managed to move from the next room to this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours. Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me. So the feeling of dread continues. I suppose that's for more details. Okay. Is it like a revolving fireplace or something? Samurai dogs. Oh, first, before we go any further, let's deduce something. I think we try these two, right? Oh, the room next door. We're gonna try these two. I guess we gotta figure out how it got there, though. I guess that's the thing. Oh, hold on. We probably do this, then. This makes more sense. Yeah. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out the chimney connector to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't first distorted or something up on that roof? There's testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? I see, so what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically it's the fireplace of neighboring rooms share one chimney, is that what you're implying? Aha, okay. Precisely. Interesting, so now we do these. And somehow... Okay. Okay. Lady's undershirt that Missile found. Bah! Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug! If you know as the owner said undershirts, then hurry up, return it to already! You have it all wrong, this is evidence! The owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. Despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in the room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney. Leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. It's a revolving fireplace! Perhaps a closer look into the back of the fireplace is in order. There's... why didn't we see that earlier then? That's a very conspicuous thing we should have looked at. White... whatever. Once again, another thing that should have been put into evidence or something, but wasn't before. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it. Aha, there we go. What in the... The wall spring this room's fireplace to the next room's fireplace apparently turns. I suspect that this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room appears to be nothing particular about the next room. The fact there is nothing special about the next room is what's important. fact, there's a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. So it's big enough that someone could get through then. That's definitely big enough for someone to crawl through. And now it knows the fireplace connects to 2 rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You're not going to suddenly name the old lady as Damask II's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe this fireplace has nothing to do whatsoever to do with Damask II's murder. Oh. I guess it's not important then. Oh well. Hey, Missile. He was a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you keep on investigating until you do understand. Now that I subordinate, continue with the investigation. Alright, I will. With great dread that I proceed and do what I must solve case. Okay, well... let's take a look... Oh, we don't need to look at this. We could try showing this to Larry. Since he didn't know. Present. Hey, did you know? Nope. He doesn't care. Okay, do I have new things to deduce other than that? Connected fireplace. Alright, that has nothing to do with anything then. So can we deduce something here still? Or is the spear it? The spear is it. Okay. So now, guess we talked to her about the samurai dogs. Because we skipped that, we could check the fireplace and stuff. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Of course I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo! If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you Mr. Old Bag? No! You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present for the studio to the embassy. Present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all in the plush cart just to move them all. That's what the cart was! Wait. They did bring something else then. The studio guy should deliver those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you gonna stick up for me? About that, see after the show I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were, the samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. Oh, Larry. Suppose you have to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparation means sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but... I figured that since they're for a kids' show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good I couldn't stop. Did... Of course. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to a half-dozen or so boxes. I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them each time. I thought, this is... Wendy, old bag. What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I only give you one. The rest are all for me. Cool. Those are for the ambassadors here, but sure. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. We did it. I think. It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on, I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then, if you're prepared. I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Again, we don't have... The thing I'm annoyed with is that we made a point to say that he died from a bludgeon to the back of his head and not a sword. But we didn't write that down in our evidence or deductions or anything. That alone shows that it wasn't a sword that did it. Unless the sword is a prop, but it's not hollow and, like, made of concrete or whatever. It just seems like a super important thing to just overlook. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know if there's still something you're keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you, I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. And throw everything in the mass confusion. Made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. If you make that face at me, it's no use. Man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. Cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of an insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although, allow me to say, I consider you to be among the innocent in this case. Then I'll draw the real killer out. You trust me on this. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you please, testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight. Okay. Larry. It only took until the last case to get Larry, so... Up on the rooftop. After the show, I left the pushcart in the Rose Garden and came to the embassy. Then who brought it to Oldbag's room? Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. It's not about to play sad, I decided to give it a try. Yeah? Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. What exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course you can't just blur it out. You're just gonna have to reason it out of me. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. With every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time with such a trifling matter. Okay, Larry. Okay. Can we just look at this already? We'll wait on that for now. We'll just press everything, actually.
Hold it!
You left the pushcart. Could you please clarify that statement for me? Yeah, so the wheels on the pushcart got covered in dirt from the Rose Garden. Would have made a mess of the floor inside, so Ambassador Albert said just leave it. It would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy. Got to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way to the embassy. What was she doing? Nothing in particular. Guess she was being carried by some dogs in a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip she suffered during the show. I came to the embassy, right? And then... Again, how did the pushcart get into Oldbag's room?
Hold it!
So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabast, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. Honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there, disrespecting another country, their very own embassy. Someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What is with all you? You keep saying that kind of thing, and I'll tell you only lies. You're already telling us nothing but lies, so let it go and move on. Alright already, you don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy. Alright. Wander around. Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. I know, I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again. I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Lang Z says, true friends are bosom friends. If you're in trouble, calling your bosom friend whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy, hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. It's crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry. Now then, you're wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened? Alright, chimney. Chimney like that was a rare thing. like a chimney general, or did you know it was a secret passage? I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed. Such since a traditional feature of American households. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is a really romantic type. A romantic chimney? Might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. I just had a good feeling of that chimney. Really? Replace Santa decided to give it a try.
Hold it!
Yeah, but there's fire coming out. You suddenly wanted to play Santa. No, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. I was down at Gourd Lake. I'd appreciate if you would dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. He did do that, didn't he? That sounds like you guys share a lot of history. Perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people if it comes down to family's chimney, after all. Oh, Agent Lang, I have some horror movies to show you. Actually, it's worth delving into whether or not playing Santa's a big deal. Sure, why not? If they ask you if you want to do something, you do it. Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Say your buddy is exactly made of Santa-quality stuff. Precisely, hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Edgy, that's so incredibly mean. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. Could you tell me to whom you're delivering a present to? I was delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love.
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present unto is most certainly this. That guy. Well, Mindy's not here. So we can assume... I just realized. Age, deceased. Yeah? I guess he is deceased, huh? I guess it would be Wendy Oldbag. Yeah, interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally don't want to see Miss Oldbag so much I'd try to go down chimney. Now, if I see you stop right there and you're bashing of a lady, just admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to front of that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. Simply mean the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. It's either this or the stand-in request. I'm gonna say it's the stand-in request. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? Seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. You filthy, despicably considered fickle, idiotic, cowardly... Say it. Apparition of a man. Oh. Von Karma, there's one word you should have said in that sentence that you didn't. I'm disappointed. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. Suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose at least this much has been made clear. That day, knowledge of Miss Minnie had fallen ill. Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That's much we know for sure. Yep. Whoop. There he goes. A little cute little animation of him jumping in. Hey, Edgy, it looks like I got the hang of this court thing now. We're not in court at the moment. Shut up. I see what's going on here. It looks just like what you do in court. This old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang Z says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. Shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Oh, well. Larry's assertion. So you think all I want to do is go visit Mindy? Oh, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. In the case of mistaken identity, that mistake made me late for the speech. And to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. Why'd I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? I think I know why. Hey, someone say something! Larry, seriously trying to submit this, not as a confession, but testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that claim? So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm gonna vote the type of woman who's wholly focused on one man and one man only. As long as you prove life, I can't just drop and be unfaithful. No, I can't, although I have just seen women with men, I just rather for charity, put your flag, comes out, to complete term of loyalty, person, turn this way. Ah, so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate to carry and you're not gonna run completely worthless man. Thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. Believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? I can prove that. Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry? But I understand your point. Yes, see, I'm totally pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Oh boy. Let's just go straight to it, I think. Larry, let's just get right to it. Why would you do all that, huh? Why would you?
Objection!
Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wayne dear, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Now isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend upon her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing. You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. That proves that you're not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you're out attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. The part of this letter shows the person Larry intended to meet was Mindy. I mean, the name.
Take that!
Larry suggests you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily it became Waindy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing. There, isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. Well, I'll have to wait until we're off this crime scene. Hey, Edgy, save me from the scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends, start with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again. It's a fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. To set me up. Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean. Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have such unique features in their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting of this letter to that sample of yours. We'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life!
Hold it!
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. You've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. Oh, you fool. You fell for one of the classic blunders. There's autograph in our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Yeah. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. He finally confesses. I saw the pink prince being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I would have gone to Minnie's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? Is the chimney or bust, Edgy? Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. At least I was honest and wrote Minnie a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that I was an utter failure conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you made me a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. Dang. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least I can attest to that about you. Edgy, you're... Yeah, we've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Now! In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Budd sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Well, I still find it a bit unbelievable that two of your friends. Me too. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Now, hey, what? Edgy, what's the Wolfman mean when he says, I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't really rely on the words of the suspect, after all. We have to figure out where he was and what he was doing all night. The blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that. This wolf refused to ease up on his bite. Yeah, Edgy, that guy. He looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. It'll be a high-stakes gamble. It's one game I can't afford to lose. Why, Larry? Why be Larry? Why Larry him? I was the one who found the body of the victim, Damask II. Besides him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butson, here too. Is it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? This owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. He has plenty to go on, don't you? If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? Think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that. Right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know your personality well. If Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter, since his hatred of my entire profession emanating from his entire being. That the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. It'd be nice if he wrote down that the guy died from bludgeoning with a blunt object and not a sword, but I guess we didn't find that important enough for some reason. It's gonna be a stupid reason, I know that. But I'm hoping it comes up soon. Alright.
Hold it!
Let's take a look. So you're the first to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babal. Your secretary, Agent Sheena, was already accused of murder for that. Ha! So you're gonna use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. Simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies. In the Babali's case, there's proof that she was holding the weapon, right? And this one's a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is. Okay.
Hold it!
It's usually but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. I have to spell it out for you. I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. According to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword is made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. It is pretty weighty. Certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Oh, okay. Well. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's why it wasn't noted down. Because the sword is heavy enough to kill someone with blunt damage. Okay. Alright. It's because... I think I'm mad because no one mentioned the sword was heavy. And the spear wasn't heavy. They said the spear wasn't heavy, but they didn't say that the sword was heavy. Okay. Alright. I think I understand now. Whatever. Which leads me to suspect the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. Beat him to death. Beat the victim to death with that thing. Okay, okay. Let's press more on this. About this samurai sword. Have you received a report from forensics yet? Confirm that blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. You see the dead body right there in front of you? So if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well? I suppose so. Yes, they must still be investigating this room. It's possible he doesn't know about the piece of evidence's true nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good, now let's continue. What do we present? We present the sword itself. It's a state... Should I just present this? We'll try presenting it. Nope. Alright. Oh, wait. Wait. I present the spear, because we specified that the spear is hollow.
Objection!
Right. And that implies that the sword is also hollow. Okay, I see what it wants. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? Yeah, it's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spear's the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is a slightly different category. So what's your point? You gonna tell me that the spear's the real weapon? No, so why don't you take a look at this section here? The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy earlier. As you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow. Let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet there's not even a single dent of the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Ah-ya! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. Wish I'd make them out of better stuff. Yet the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him? Ah. Dang it, Larry, you ruin everything. Youch! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back onto the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. So where the real gamble begins, not a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. Neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I'm not a genius prosecutor. But I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it's for the best it remains unbroken. But no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job, prosecutor, to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There's nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. The prosecutor I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And that means the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet. And let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I can consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damas too without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need? Of course, but it needs evidence even he can't refute. That's it, it's time to bring this to a close. Okie dokie, let's do it. Why Larry 2? Why Larry 2? It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. Under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. Search the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So it's only natural suspicion would fall into the owner of said weapon. How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory? As long as I want, we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. We have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. A thought entered my head just now. And it's really stupid. And if we're talking about Ace Attorney, it's probably right. Let me look at my evidence real quick. There's one piece of evidence I was curious as to why we brought it in. Is it possible? No? Might there be something in there? Or not? Or the stakes? There's gonna be something real dumb with that. If it's not here, it's somewhere else. The only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on is the sword. You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact? If you've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, I'll make it all crystal clear for you. Alright. Alright.
Hold it!
May I inquire as to how you're able to make such a claim, Agent Lang? Lang's, he says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man. Rather than man, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. The human body is a mysterious thing. Even with a toy-like sword, it's easy to kill him if you hit just the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
You can only be sure one way or the other by seeing if the wound matches the sword. I know that. As long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it as much as I'd like. Okay.
Hold it!
But you must know conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstance, I'm the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it!
And you call yourself a professional.
Not so fast!
You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. The only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible weapon? Assume there's only one other thing left. Yes, you want to be a gambler, but I can't withdraw from the game now. Not gonna get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Must have other reasons to why I think the samurai sword is the murder weapon. Is it really going to be it? Oh, is it gonna be that? We have a lot of justice points left still. The only place we could find blood was on the samurai sword. That's right, even with luminol, which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. Have problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? Yes. If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, allow me to force one open for you. And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. Ha! The real murder weapon. I hate to repeat myself. My men have already searched every last inch of this embassy. They've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. In fact, still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course. It's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games. I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Maybe there's something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. Oh! Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon killed Damas II. What exactly is it? Ah. Okay. I thought it was going in a different direction, but it makes sense. Both countries claim to own it. National treasure signs was moved during the murder. And no one else is allowed to touch it. My thought is that was going to be this, or the stakes, or something hidden in the dirt, or whatever. But this at least makes more sense.
Take that!
The national treasure of Alabast. You mean the Primaduck statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador's secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Abal. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. And I'll be danged if I let someone go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statues facing just before and after the crime are different. There's only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for an Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He's most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang Zi says, just go already. Yes, sir. I guess he said it, I guess. Shifu. Yeah, I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. He was able to obtain permission for us to examine the Primaduck statue. I see. Wait! What sends the investigation at the standstill? Just Lang, I will go and speak as the ambassador personally. Say your breath, you may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know. Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later. Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone's take the responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're gonna talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. Be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, let's talk more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a luminol chemiluminescence test on the statue. That's a long word. Chemiluminescence. A luminol test. Ah, good thinking. The statue's the murder weapon, and some of that victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get on the forensics team in here. Looks like I hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. Because it means this is the real weapon that killed Damask II. Indeed. I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Damask II, so the charge remains. We're hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Now that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay, then knock yourself out. Okay, well, the fact that it was facing this way in the picture implies that perhaps oh, something moves there. Upon closer inspection, he really does look a lot like the Steel Samurai. Hey, maybe that's why I chose to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I actually can't discredit that hypothesis. Or maybe the people of this embassy just really like the Steel Samurai. That's absolutely preposterous. I don't think it's that unlikely. It mustn't go around announcing people's opinions. And yet look at how easily you discredited mine, not that I care why they chose him. You got a point. Does something else move on this statue, though? Well, alright, well, alright. What do we have here? This dirty smudge looks like a handprint. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? I've got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. It's too late for me to do anything about that now. Also, Larry's wearing gloves. By the way, I want to mention that. A forensics guy, I want results of these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? Yeah, Larry does have gloves on. It's his leg of the analysis results, sir. Good. And? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder of the Babley's embassy? Prints belong to him, to Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. Were the statues switched, too, along with the knives? But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each Primatic statue can only be handled by someone of that country. By the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Primatic statue. Impossible! It can't be! Larry never once set foot in Babley's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an alabastrian knife in Babal. And Damask II was killed on alabastrian soil of Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yadagarasu visited both countries. Pieces were there, but I'd yet to see the big picture they were to form. Yikes! Yeah, it all is coming together, isn't it? Let's save that their progress. Hoo boy. Regrouping and situation update. Oh boy. We're back here then. Cement. That's concrete, baby. Left the Damask the second investigation Franciscan. I've returned to Babal. Suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, Kay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off! Honest, sir! We've been investigating our hearts out! Very well then, would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we had a really fun time, sir. So you found nothing. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastrian Embassy, is that correct? Yup. Local detective, I'm helping out investigation on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. Yeah. I belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. No! Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, I guess I'll unload them somewhere. Doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. And it's lost their value given Detective Gumshoe. Alright. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Yeah, crouch up to him, ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? And I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Necessary items have been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged. Alright, let's take a look what that evidence is. Don't tell me. This is necessary evidence. Still. This is gonna get real stupid, isn't it? Okay. Well, this is all still relevant then. Alright. Okay. Hey, you're not going to Alabast already, are you? No, not yet. Apparently the hitbox for the exit is way too big down here. Sorry about that. Second, so many traffic cones are red and white. It's because they're highly visible from a great distance. Oh, is that why? So the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake. Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. Traffic cones are for hiding Majima under, silly.
Mr. Edgeworth!
You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective.
Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir.
So, what did you find out?
Well...
Take it he has found nothing of any particular use. As usual. Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Polano.
Oh, and was that something interesting?
This, sir.
Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. There's a real treasure there. Why is the flame burned green, Detective?
So apparently, if you burn the special wit crystal oil they only make of a ball, burns this green color, sir.
Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. So it's a ploy to force people to visit a ball should the oil run out. Yeah, that'll do it, I think. Hey, Gummy, what are these silhouettes?
They snuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern to project the images.
Oh, silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation.
Hey, what's wrong, sir?
There's something I want you to investigate for me. You think you could do that much?
God, sir.
Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting doing fun stuff?
Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner.
I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. Expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Alright. Well, might be all then. Alright, Ambassador. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, these you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. I mean, I'll take them if you don't want them, Edgeworth. That sounds pretty good. Breakfast at... Food in an embassy probably is good. Like, they have to give good quality food there, right? Sorry, like, my mind just like went blank for a second. Open air stage. This open air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we serve a variety of events. Sought to attract that extra bit of attention to a ball. I heard that tonight over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. You know what? Mandy told me I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that. Yeah, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. This sprite of Heleno here is very suspicious looking. Like, he is super duper serious. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagrasu started. Exactly. See, look at this. You don't give super goofy characters sprites like this unless they're evil or evil, I guess. I mean, I kind of already suspected this guy, but like this sprite of him, come on. Ambassador Plain, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primadux statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you see, look. This sprite and the previous sprite, they might as well be different people. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabasta and Babal used to be one country called Cadopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primatic statue belonged to the founders of Cadopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed to the King of Dopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. Pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabasta and Babal were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primatic statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. Or if Master Polano knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy, I should try showing him this key and what he has to say about it. Let's ask about Manny first. Ambassador Polano, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes? Oh, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? Exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who is your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it one word, he was an able man. That's 3 words, sir. If there's anything I can give this ambassador, he's able to get it for me. I think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was able to detect his dirty dealings. Sounds like Mr. Coach had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. As I became the Babalese representative of the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see how tonight's events proceed without a hitch. Our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. I guess with how things turned out, my dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. That seems really important. Seems like quite a motive for someone to disrupt things. Anyway, hey, about the statue, wait, Babal's statue, Alba's statue. Oh, no, we only have 2 pages. Okay. I thought we had a 3rd page that had a 3rd statue on it. I was real confused. Master Polano, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primatic statue sitting in Alabasta right now actually belongs to Babal. So it appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karm about this earlier. I don't understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primatic statue immediately. Because the statue currently in our country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. It is definitely Alabasta statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew it someday it'd be exposed. See, my orders for the leaders of Babal. I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. They say that we cannot determine which statue is the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue's just a hollow gold shell. You know, if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that I'd be being betrayed by my own secretary. The real symbol of wealth would be given to me. And it's simply ironic. Ironic indeed. Hey, where are you going? Are you headed back to Alabasta? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. The ball is just as strict as Alabasta in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country. Yet somehow, both murder weapons are smuggled into the 2 countries. It's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I'm sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden, the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. Sorry, I look at something for a second. It's where Ambassador Alba's to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What is it? I guess that's a guitar pick. Picked it up just now over there. Think it'll be of any use? There's a little water on it, but how'd the water get on it? Doesn't look like there's anything that could get wet from around here. I was thinking, you have concerts here. There's an open stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. We know where it's from. We know where it's from. There's one more thing. Sir, would you be willing to hold on to this? What? Oh no, it's this again. It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind. That I found 7 years ago. I thought one day it'd be some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. Be honored to hold on to it for you. Okay. Well now, are we able to put these together now? I don't think we can. That's definitely the shape of it. Handleless knife was made to be removable. The killer tried to make this look like a Babalese knife by switching the two handles. There must be some reason behind that action. Can we look at this specifically? No, we can't. A striking flower over the head of this knife. If the Babalese knife's handle is the larger one, okay. So we as the player know that already, but nope. I think I'll be returning to Investigation Alabast now, but I know. Go back to the ball and do some more investigating there. Time for the garden. What is that? What is that headpiece he's got anyway? I keep seeing it, but like don't know. If it's glasses, they're really weird, like sunglasses. Like what even? Ah, see your back, Miles Edgeworth. Ah, there we go. How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl, investigation into Manny Kochan's death hasn't really progressed any. Well, the investigation to Yatagarasu has. Yes, Yatagarasu. Even now I find it hard to believe. Bazoo can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous! That's what I came here to investigate. Whether this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow as a mysterious thief appeared, and just suddenly it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Babalese embassy that Yatagarasu started. Alright. Well, not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Okay. Let me guess. The roses scoured on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics, the pool's water is also used for putting out fires. I see. Oh! The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. This water is used to put out fires. I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Just this pool was recently used somehow, this embassy. I'll take some notes about it just in case. Okay. Oh god! Larry! Oh! How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. You really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile, how could you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? How old is this child of yours, anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again? Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the Pink Princess. The Pink Princess? Miss Von Karma? I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant.
Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. The Iron Infant's my cute little son.
You have given the whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant, but rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there.
Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there.
Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if you'll get very far swimming around in that pool. Though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Unless the pool does connect somewhere. Statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady's pouring water. It says there's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux. Well, my Edgeworth, it seems that you allows yet reading a woman's heart. Open my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that. Look at the lamp. There's an overturned spotlight here. Then as the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. Well, that's when someone must have knocked it over. Having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. I observed people in my way and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose to mean some other poor saps were hit instead. Cool. What's the Yatagarasu hidden in these bushes? Of course not! They're those bushes! You've been spending so much time scruffy as that girls are rubbing off on you. It's alright, I'll wake you up out of your stupor. Now the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember I'll rip you for real. I'll try to lose off a possibility and this is what I get. Okay. Aha! Is this the king statue? This statue bears a resemblance to the Primadux statue. The plaque says King Primadux in the battlefield. But to save the queen, King Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. The Primadux actually a person of royal blood. Thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person looked like Steel Samurai existed. Suppose there's that too. More spotlights. Oh, here, those right count. A stool. Suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair is prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. I guess why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. Sound like my old principal from a grade school who'd speak at assemblies. Okay. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. Such poor planning, as there was no place in the spot or two by a pool. They really should have made city arrangements like how the gallery set up in court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration for the viewers is taken for those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience would stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would like to sit down after a while. Okay. Heather Lang, you finished checking out all the bystanders?
Yes, sir.
We found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, 1 person ran light, sir.
Don't tell me you didn't find anything related to the case.
Sir, not a single thing, sir.
Well, for now, we'll just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct.
Agent Lang.
Oh, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd just like to thank you for your assistance earlier.
Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did.
After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba?
We'll wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of the day. Oddly enough, received no word. We saved word from HQ to return home in an urgent manner. As if I can so easily call it away from this case after I've come this far. That's right, I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yeah, let's talk about it. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct?
Yeah, I saw the thief all right with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu is always there, lurking in the shadows. When the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yatagarasu" rang out. Next thing, the spotlight went out. And by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out It's because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Why were they all on one extension cord? I mean, I guess... whether there's someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who tripped over and we don't know. One thing is for certain, Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. Where for the fact there was no one else of that same shape. Well, what if, theoretically, someone had a cutout of that, and they just so happened to place it in front of the spotlight in a position that would look like it was right there? Not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. Expect no less from my subordinate. Now see what you know on the subject. Really cast the statue of the Yatagarasu. Let's see. What shape was the shadow? It might have been this, or the lady. You know, the shape I think it might be? Can't really see a picture of the shadow. Well, it's one or the other.
Take that!
Suddenly appearing, disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. It's not possible it was created by the statue.
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You're correct, having the statue but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? As the other part of the real form of the Yatagarasu shadow, I'd say it's this.
Take that!
Franziska, if you could take a look at this. Do you find it to be a bit suspicious? Oh. Never mind. I was merely testing you just now. We have no time to waste on your pompous talk, so get over with your explanation already. Alright. Alright, would it be the microphones on here? Or is it also this statue? Can't reach the microphones, it's probably not that. Let's try this statue.
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow is made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now the spotlights are all over the place. It's because they were moved when the guests were in a panic state. If we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, do you believe that the two shadows would create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now watch I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. Set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primadux in the battlefield. Aha! The shadow of the king statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, set a light upon the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux. The silhouette would also appear on the backdrop of the stage. Aha! So if we were to combine the two shadows, looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Franziska. Where the light needs to be shown the queen statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe the whole of the king shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Where the persecutor shall only use one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, that part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why did you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. What part? Well, the fingies, naturally.
Take that!
Think back to what's missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Ah! That's right. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Princess, can we please adjust the spotlight's position? So that it only shines on the Queen's left hand. Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. Aha! It's... Yeah, it's exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand. And pulling the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In a panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around. You can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarazu's shadow had vanished. Which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarazu never did visit Alabast tonight. When the country the thief visited was Babal, though it can be assumed the Yatagarazu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? Haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. The Shodo, if you will. I sense the biggest clue yet to solving this case is... Dang it. Is the existence of this accomplice. How's the investigation going? Who's this? Oh, it's him! Detective Bat, I've come to join us investigating the Yatagarazu and let them murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarazu. So what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? No. I'm sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please... When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. Journalist? Is it Lotta Hart? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. Yo-oh! What in the world? The Yatagarazu is flying through the air. The times they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this picture taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. Was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see, so this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Babalese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast. This is simply not possible. People incapable of flight? Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Yeah. Although, if it's the one I'm thinking of... Although I don't think Edgeworth dealt with that case. But the one I'm thinking of is the end of the 3rd game, where the picture was upside down. And it was a person going underneath the bridge. Actually, come to think of it, come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. I'm up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph. The Yatagarazu took off from the Babalese embassy, so I should start from there. And this guy need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. Okay, here we go. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Alrighty. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. Okie dokie. Let's go. Oh, here we go again. Back in here. The body's been moved. Yuppers. I think after all that running around, we're right back to where we started. Prepare that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. You found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palano, but I've yet to find his killer. I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarazu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarazu. The real Yatagarazu is a noble vigilante who's only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all I have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Plano. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Are we allowed to take another look around? Didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure, please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. It'll bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, and I'd gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Plano. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Plano! These two sure got chummy awful quickly. Hold on. Sorry. Had a sneeze come on. It's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? Should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. We should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came in this room, that person was already gone. I'm willing to bet the person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer. I don't know that yet, however it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key of the autograph we stole 7 years ago is found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it! That one was almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer! Yet again, we don't know that. Too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the autographs and mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad, he's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he's been chasing after the autographs for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now that I was told this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person with the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean I was chasing the fake autographer after all? Don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. This could be how that person escaped. Need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Okie dokie. Yeah. Can we check the window? Oh, we can. You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. So where were you when you're investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor, where Damask II was killed. What? You don't mean the Master Damask II? Ah, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. You know, Damask II was merely an imposter of the original. Okay. Is this fireplace as well? Fireplace, huh? So the Ball's offices have them too. Two? There's a fireplace of relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. I found something there I'd rather not recall again. Yeah? It's best not to bring it up again. Still can't believe we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. Feels that traumatizing. Why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? We climb inside and we can play hide and seek. Come out covered in soot? I think not. Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. But is this one revolving as well? Appears Mr. Cochin's body's been taken in for an autopsy. Might outlines all that's left to tell the tale of his murder. Do we try the statue? Will he let us touch the statue? So this is the real Pyramid statue. This is really valuable, right? That's what they say.
Hold it!
Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you? No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was calculating in my head how much the statue's worth. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Ambassador! Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight. Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Bobley's Embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one for the Jammin' Ninjas show. Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninjas show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of the embassy caught on fire. Owing to cause a panic among the theater go, we decided to keep it internal. The fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of the night. Exactly. So you had 2 fires in your side of the building in the same night. That's really bad, actually. So the fire witness was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Barely right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. Suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So what was the extent of the damage of the second fire? Second fire was contained in this floor, the third floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire in the floors above that caused it. That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office is on the 5th floor, Manny's office here. And Manny himself, oh god, the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Plano. Look at me going on and on. Now then, what was you want to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. If you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see, I've been quite busy all day, from the morning until now. First I woke up, and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had a roll for breakfast.
Hold it!
Fascinating. How would you just skip to the relevant parts for me? How many times has this joke been done in this game? Not enough, clearly. Oh, we like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. Actually, Larry did it earlier. Did Larry do it earlier? Larry did something earlier. So what did Mr. Koshin and you do this morning? Well, originally I was supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn into a photo op, so we're here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Kochin's office? Why are you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Oh. Okay. Which is why both the private extension and the Bob Lee's knife set are down here. I see. Hope the tidy didn't take much, really. You just burned some files we no longer need and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh? About that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me.
Hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of Secretary's anger. Well, he was very good at being very mad. And just this morning got mad at me. Spilled some Bob Lee's ink on the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. He got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do. Being an ambassador and all. What'd you do? Make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon. If it's the last thing I'll do. Now then, tell me what you and Mr. Koshin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. I had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. When the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. They were together till the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, if I'd straighten myself up there, returned to the theater. And I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It's a fantastic photo of the three of us. Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. For the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor. I prepared for my handshake photo op with a Jammin' Ninja. Seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke and I escaped down the stairs. The house was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I mean, I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. She didn't see Mr. Kochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show. Yes, that's right. Next time I saw him, he was lying there in eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Plano, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Okay. What do you know about... this perhaps? Would you know as part of a knife? Pastor Plano, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this. I think you would know more about the case than I. So let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about these coupons. Thank you, I feel I must decline. He loves giving out coupons. He loves it so much. Tell me about your ink, sir. Babbly's ink consists of mostly of wheat crystal oil. When lit, the oil ink burns a bright yellow-green. Makes for a great science experiment. Here, give it a try of this. Yes, well, I understand your enthusiasm, but the amount you gave me earlier is enough. I see, that's too bad. In that case, why don't you have a few more of these coupons? I got plenty. I have plenty of those, too. Where is he conjuring those from? This guy. Let's show him the lantern. Babbly, okay. He's telling me the same thing.
Alright, let's keep investigating then. Oh, the fan. The child remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a record. Thanks, Kay. I see. I guess I can say you might think that. What's this? Mr. Plano, what exactly used to be here? There used to be a stack of brand new pamphlets. Looks like they were all burned up. Guess we'll have to reprint them. No matter how fast we reprint them, they always disappear so quickly. Is the Babylonis tourism industry really that hot right now? Of course! Although recently, the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Virginia. We refuse to lose to them, so we've been hard at work promoting Babal. Interesting. I've just reached a return from a trip to Virginia myself. Oh, and how'd you like it? It was alright. Probably shouldn't bring up the fact that I was a suspect on the flight home. Yeah. You're also a suspect when you got home, too. Appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. The chair is fine, though. Well, mostly. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. Okie dokie. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Guess embassy phones just like normal phones, huh? Oh, what'd you imagine them to look like? I thought the balls would look like a flower and the receiver be a butterfly. That way it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any coach had a flower phone, it'd be Alabast, don't you think? Oh, and maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were in Cadobia. There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you like, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. He does, though. Here's ink. There's a bottle of Babylonis ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. Looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Mr. Polano, looks like your precious Babylonis ink is alright after all. What? Oh, that's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, just that there's something strange about the ink. Do you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Know that the fire burns, or should we ask him again? Oh, that's just simple balls drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it. It just we had the butterfly gain antenna since we last saw it. If it did, would it really have any bearing on our case, Kay? Tell us about the ink. Wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but, during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. Called out to him, and I received no reply. Used my spare key to open the door. When I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big, I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green? What was the cause? Well, witch crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. Babylonis ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. In case of the perplexing green flames, talk about a mystery. Exactly what's the caught on fire in here? Well... it's probably this. This probably got burned. But... this shows normal fire, but I wonder if that's just cutscene stuff. Anyway, back to the desk. What was this book? Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Ball sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create on my own. I call it the Great Thief coupon. What kind of discount would that net you? A 5-finger kind. What else? I'd steal an extra thing or two behind for the bearer. Things such as... this is the truth. What else would I steal? I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, they're all expired. Goodbye. Manny Cochin, his name is written here on this nameplate. Why should you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? Supposed to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. I think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to have a nameplate on one's desk. What's in the drawer? Appeared this desk also fell victim to the fire. Doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we rifled through this drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. Hey. It's a rather unusual shape for a notepad. This must be another souvenir from somewhere. Well, that looks awfully similar to... Where is it? This. Now, why would this note where the ambassadors, where the Primadox statue of the other places, for Master Mask, have the same shape as a thing here? The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? Looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. I've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires. Master Polena, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. See, in that case... Ooh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II. Damask II? In this note... Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damask II to steal the Primadox statue. What? Manny? Tried to steal Alabast's Primadox statue? We'd know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. Ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. Can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything could tell him be of great help, Ambassador. Music change. Nice, nice. Tell me. Job for Damask II. Believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Damask II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. I was telling you earlier. You're to determine which statue is the real one as a part of today's event. Because of the Yatagrasu and the fire, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. Or you see Babal's statue, well, just a replica. Did Mr. Cochin know that about Babal's Primadox statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. You have to do something once our statue is revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. When I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. When I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. Assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. Don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Again, this guy's probably evil.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information I requested?
Yep, got all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now I know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Oh! Good work, Detective.
Ah, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow, you remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. When I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagrasu, just like my father, right? Please don't ask me questions which I have no answers to, Kay. I can say that's truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. Heh, you bet! So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon. Oh, you mean Little Thief. You're come to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. the information Detective Gumshoe gathered in the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no one of the bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Let's go.
Into cyberspace.
Seems other things besides what the ambassador mentioned have changed. Also, we might find the escape route the person K saw used as well. Oh, what is this? A sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? That's certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. But it's about time to return to our investigation. Alright, well, let's see this. These are all the flyers. So Ball's really pushing their tourism industry, huh? It doesn't appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take you after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally I'd go someplace where I can continue my thief training. To learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Gem and Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. Okay, the flag. Fireplace, huh? Oh. I thought they were going to talk about the flag there, but whatever. Why is it acting like it's new dialogue? Oh, is this all going to be new? And hey, there's the knife. Okay, chair. Looks like a very comfortable chair. It doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important to preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at the crime scenes. It's because I'm a prosecutor. It's part of my job to examine things. My job is to be a great thief. That's exactly why you're not allowed to touch anything. Oh, you're so funny. Looks like one of the Babali's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'll try to lump the replica statue with the rest of Babal's woes. The clock. His grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire.
According to staff members, the clock was pushed against the wall before the fire, sir.
Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. No, that's odd. It's still chiming right in the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged internal mechanisms or something. Master Paladin, will you take a look inside that clock? Sure, go on right on ahead. Gumshoe, could please inspect the inside of this clock?
Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir.
It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. What was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to a valuable clock? Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Palena put the wire in there. Perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. Fire? These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Paleno saw. Flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time he came to this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire died out or something by that time. This fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor, until the Yatagrasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. Guess Mr. Paleno was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. Since you're the first to discover the body, you can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good. And that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. That's very likely to be the case. After all, that person came to this room before you. Must have chosen this room precisely because they knew it would be in here. Okay, and maybe the green fire was where it was for anyone coming in. But then why did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Whatever it was the person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. If the fire's green, you see something that burns green, right? a bit tired in these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, I do believe that's what you're thinking of, exactly why these flames are green. Oh, wait, what? Why are we... Okay, sure, whatever.
Take that!
The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the wood crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. We've now established that the green flames are caused by witch crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from witch crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polano was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation.
What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir?
Fine, I suppose. This might even a way that you can understand. This is the thing made from witch crystal oil that Mr. Polano was mistaken about. Boop-a-da-bop-boop.
Take that!
Bubbly zinc is made from witch crystal oil.
Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right?
Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babbly's ink. Because you found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made of that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. Appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. And if Babbly's ink, this is the source of the green flames? Huh? Oh. I forgot we had these. Oh, okay, there we go. I forgot we had
Take
these.
that!
What would consume that great a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and these that are circulating in Jiangfa. You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. You could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Oh, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think that he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you'll need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We've caused quite a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime. They are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Uh-huh, alright. Good stuff. What else? Dr. Gumshoe at all? Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct?
Yup, sure did. Also helped put out both fires, sir. And the first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping that fifth floor. First tried the elevator, we got someone else with the same idea because it was in use. Then I remembered to use the stairs at that point. I'd been burnt to a crisp.
Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh. Maybe someone wrote in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the autographs that came into the Babbly's embassy at all?
Didn't personally. The other staff members told me never got a good look at the person either, sir.
Wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. During the fire.
The second fire broke around the time the Yatagratsu spotted in Alabast. It's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic.
Hold it!
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu under Babal.
Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. That's not enough to make a positive ID, you know.
Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. Person in a long coat. It's not the exact same person I saw. The autographs that appeared in Alabast was proven just to be fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the autographs that appeared in Babal is also suspect. You can't be serious. Not we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you. The autographs who appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, then disappeared. What you saw. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu?
I did, but, well, this embassy is huge, sir.
I got separated from the other staff members I was with and got lost for a while there.
Hold it!
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building. You're the guard detective.
I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it's thanks to me being lost I was able to come to Kay's rescue.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yeah, so when I was lost and wandering around the third floor hallway, sir, I heard a scream I headed towards it right away.
Oh, it's probably from when I found Mr. Cochin's body.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
It was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Come on, Edgeworth, give him a break once in a while.
Still, it's too bad Agent Sheena got here before I did.
Wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here.
Well, before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door.
Interesting. Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier.
She barely helped in putting out the first fire. During the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu.
Seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
I examined everything in this office, but there's one thing that bothers me. I should ask Ambassador Paleno about it. Ambassador Paleno, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office. Appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right, you also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know, even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Oh, yeah? I figured as much. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. So the fireplace is the same. Rather than ours located is the same, as mine was currently under renovation. They worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with a Jammin' Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taking the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Baba's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Oh, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. So, are the dots we connecting that Sheena was in the other room because she was in here and used the fireplace? Is that perhaps what we're going for? Connected fireplace. And this. Perhaps. Yes. The Alabastian and Babbly sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know it to be a fact, and this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It's like something out of a ninja house.
Oh, there's a trick like that built in the fireplace, sir.
What? This embassy holds that kind of secret. Seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny, what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed on my first thought. That's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So how do you turn again? Now the best have to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace.
Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. You scared me, sir.
There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Huh? We found an X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Oh, because there's no embers or anything. I was referring to something. That's what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I know. There are burned papers, there's nothing here. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood. Huh, that's odd. Doesn't match with what Mr. Paleno said earlier. What's the meaning of this contradiction? Well, let's deduce that then. They were burning stuff, but there's no burned stuff.
Eureka!
Ambassador Paleno, you said you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? Why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, but I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, Take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where'd all the ashes go? Aha! What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't really think that Ambassador Polano is lying, do you?
No, there's no reason for him to lie. I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It's the fireplace is causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might have to take the fireplace data for me. Got it! Out in the ashes from the burnt files and... Got it! Sounds like you pretty much figured everything out now, huh? That was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that? That's what Mr. Edgeworth was known for, you know.
There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. We're going to hit the Q key. Okay. Missing ashes, revolving fireplace. Boobity-bop. Reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Master Polano said that he spilled some Babbly's ink while he was burning the files. Yet there's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Oh, then I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Aha. So now, technically the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you're in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. After committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. I wonder. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have. This is only the beginning. Now I have to chase the killer down. Man, I wonder. How far does this go? The killer used the fireplace room to escape into the next. It's only logical for us to talk with the person who's in the neighboring room.
The person who's in the next room was... No, is that person, sir?
Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena. Yuppers. It's getting more and more like Machina as the killer, isn't it? It's not jumped to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that could only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. Not any proof yet, however, I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Mr. Sheena herself? No, not yet. Something needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, it's my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask II's note.
Okay, I got the lab boys of that right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Right now, sir?
No, next decade. Of course now! We need to test a hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it!
Alright, gotta do this like a real man. Gotta go through the fireplace and back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective.
Wow, the wall outside the fireplace really did turn.
So neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. Appeared the ash really was pushed in the other room. Furthermore, the Babbly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on that back wall.
Okay, here I go, sir.
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer.
There's all that ash and stuff.
And your point is, now we're short on time, so you please hurry on through.
Yes, sir.
Gotta get all doity. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagrasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu's related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth, a number of pieces connected in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? It's info gathering you need, Gummy, and I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? That seems like I'm being boastful when I do that. Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? But so focused like a laser, only what seems strange and out of place. No wonder nothing's clicked. We haven't unlocked anything yet. We think things through calmly. The answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself. I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something I hope practice doesn't make perfect. For your sake. Yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir.
Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective.
Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir.
You alright, Gummy?
I'm okay. Just a bit of ash and dust, that's all.
Your jacket's gone quite filthy. See, the hem is practically turned black.
Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir.
I see. Thank you, detective. And who wears black? They even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
What? Oh, no, sir, I could never. This is my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it clean, but, you know.
I see. Very well, then. As you wish. Because Gummy's able to climb through the fireplace, you know, can be used, right? Yes, that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. And that is, I have to explain it to you later. Right now we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
The handwriting analysis of Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let's go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis of Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. To be continued. Oh boy. You know what? We're gonna take a quick break here. I need to get up, stretch a bit. About things I gotta do real quick before I continue. So, like I said, we're gonna take a break. All of you are watching, now's your turn to take a break too. All that stuff. Get a sip of water, get a snack, take care of yourselves, and we will be back in a few minutes. Bye 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 bye. See you in a bit.
I know you love me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's roll up to be a single star in the sky. I hear you calling me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's love up to make a single star in the sky. To you.
Welcome back. So we're back. Got all our snacks and drinks and all that fun stuff. You stretch. Let's continue. And one thing I noticed here is that it still says middle here. Which, I mean, I didn't expect the case to already end. Like Edgeworth said, we have so many unanswered questions. Pardon me for a second. I got, there we go. Didn't like it when I stepped up and left. Moved away from my chair and computer. Anyway. Let's keep playing the video game. Now's your chance to play the video game. Play the video game. Here we are. Agent Lang.
Lang Z says little cubs. Never they know the real fury of the elder wolves.
These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean?
Means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made of Bobbley's ink. They're all of Zhang Fa denominations.
Yes, so I heard from Ms. Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. Must not have figured out they was all burned yet.
Ever since those things shut up in circulation, my country's economy's taken a big hit. Zhang Fa's in financial chaos as we speak. They can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. It's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. They've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this. They've come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. Basically, how the bills are made and the ink was smuggled to Zhang Fa. I pursued the smuggling all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And I'm called to return home without a single answer.
Agent Lang,
Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Master Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight.
No, it's I should apologize. It's all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Cursius, you fool! Curse your empty brain!
Yeah, you're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den.
Yes. I would like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment if you...
You, Wolfman, the secretary lady. Hold it, objection, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already?
Yup, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Coaching, sir.
Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Aha.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for?
Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Kochin was killed? I'd like to explain that to us.
What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see?
Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I'll need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh? Sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. She's seriously going to treat me as subordinate for the rest of the day?
You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you?
I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see.
Nope. Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end.
It appear that way.
Well, I'll prove her innocence and let's see what you got, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the autographs that appeared in Babal. Establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony.
You mean the suspicious person in the coat that she saw?
That's right. The person with the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu.
Pretended? What do you mean by that?
I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. If you could please explain for us what the person you're chasing did. Okay, you got it! I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babel East side. I called out that person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do! Boop, boop, boop. Chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babelese embassy. Pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run in Mr. Kochin's office. Gave chase and ran to the room. When I entered the room, it was pitch black. Couldn't see a thing. I felt something ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang?
What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under cover of darkness.
Objection!
Sorry, but I know for a fact the person didn't escape through that door.
Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty?
That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. Would it be Paleno? Or... might they run into Kay, wouldn't they? What?
Take that!
Okay, no, it wasn't that. Yeah, whatever. Oh, it was Gumshoe. Whoops, it was Gumshoe.
Take that!
No? Who is investigating then? Oh, wait. I forgot. We're not accusing Sheena yet. Whoops.
Take that!
Your answer, Sheena.
Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, The Yatagrasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who's in the next room over. Yeah. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagrasu could not have escaped through the door. It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it into the hallway. I doubt that. There was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time?
Me, sir? Well, that's when I heard Kay scream. I ran towards Mr. Coach's office in the opposite direction of Aiden Sheena, sir.
So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could elude both of them? Even you must concede under these circumstances the door was not a viable route.
Hurrah!
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth! You nailed just an explanation of what happened! Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. This is far from over. Need to make Agent Lang aware as well. Yet another possible escape route the Yatagrasu could have taken.
I guess that's what you're trying to show me. Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route. Must have been another way out.
Precisely.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? How's it be the perfect time? The revolving wall on the Babbly side is known only to 4 people. If we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where he left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? No matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. It's an eerie picture that says escape route exists. You saying that this photo captures the moment Yatagrasu's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. Admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. And I now know that to be impossible.
Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly.
Of course I knew that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagrasu's escape route.
Suppose not. Alright, then explain yourself.
The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagrasu that Kay was chasing after.
You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence.
Very well then. Present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in this photo. Proof it's not the same person. Is it the time of the fires? First fire, second fire. Yeah, this happened before. Wait, no. No, I think it lines up. Why couldn't it be? Is that just... Was that like the cloak that the killer was wearing? They just threw it out, maybe? What proof would it be then? Wait. Because that's on the Alabast side, right? And people can't fly again.
Take that!
Nope. Nope. No. All right. Okay, let's think about it. I think I missed something of the photo. What did the description say? After the first fire had taken place. 2 fires.
Take that!
Let me explain to you precisely why the shot of this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kei saw. Kei spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Ow! Yeah, way to go! That's twice you bit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you?
Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet.
Ha! As I thought.
However, the Yatagarazu's escape route, now that I can answer.
You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me.
If I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You're busy heading up the Alabaster investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babalese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead?
Ah, Sheena's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eye and call myself her boss?
Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him.
Sheena?
She'll mean a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth.
Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support.
Finally, so I'm just Agent Sheena and myself. That's when the battle really begins. Now then, what else you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalese embassy? Here we go, we're getting to it. During the first Babalese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal.
There's Sheena.
I was searching, I heard her scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run to Mr. Cochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct?
Are you calling her suspicious because she's in a room by herself? How pathetic.
And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner?
Grr.
Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get in such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
I'll make no excuse for what I did in that situation. You should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not on suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? I never doubted you, not for 1 second.
The same goes for me. I believe in Sheena.
Let's put that to the test. She really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Yuppers. Let's Shrek it out.
Hold it!
Hold it. So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort. I was in charge of the police on the Babalese side, so I helped with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
She sure does, because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage.
Guess so. She's always bring you a business card or a scroll just the right time. Prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That's the definition of a secretary.
Kinda seems more capable Agent Lang, doesn't she?
At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective.
Oh, I kinda had a feeling you were going to say that. Sheena's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Sheena, tell him what other things you're good at.
Alright.
Hold it!
By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the 3rd floor of Babal, correct? Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. Then you were after the same person, Longcoat, that I was after. There's no proof the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped to the 3rd floor via the windows. The majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the 3rd floor. The fire is pretty much out. I moved to investigate the 3rd floor. Did you do that alone? Yes.
Hold it!
So you owned the room next to Mr. Cochin's office? I already told you I was earlier. As I examined the neighboring room, I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office. When you proceed to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. Thought we'd already cleared that up.
Look, those glasses got on real fast. And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, the tenacious detective be so kind as to be quiet.
Oh.
I have to agree, right now is not the time to take issue with that.
Oh, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
What I do take issue with the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Sheena. The prosecutors of this country are all so strange.
Hold it!
You're unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room? Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you're not misremembering something. Would want you to be accused of lying later on, wouldn't we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling Sheena's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments.
Yarr. Grr.
You know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. As for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that?
Hold it!
Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? She did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite just being an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. I suppose you have proof of that somewhere. Not quite, but even without it, you have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. Kay's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, I will just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh, why don't you just show her using what you found from the little thief? I will in due time. The skipper of the Yatagarasu that Kay was in pursuit of. Turns out that really does lead right to Agent Sheena. What is it that she is keeping from us right now? Alright, let's find the exact... Well, let's present. Bippity boppity boo.
Objection!
We've sprung the trap. Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Knuckle back!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all.
Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace?
Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it?
Well, Alabasta isn't the only country of secret connecting fireplaces.
What?
The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret.
What?
The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall into the next room over. Now, do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped to the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you're the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you're the one she chased after. Tried to lose her, he ran to Mr. Cochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat to the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace.
How dare you make Kate look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal?
Chicken. Sheena? What's so funny? Oh, I recognize that laughing. Oh no. I recognize that laughing sprite. Oh no. That laugh. Yep. I remember this irritating laugh.
Getting chills down my spine.
It can't be, but it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are all so very strange. Do you think you could get away with this by simply laughing it off? Think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, then we can have a real battle of wits. When Agent Effectable to show me the true power of a mind, it's a great honor. Don't underestimate me, I'm not so foolish broad, you know. I know, and that's why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently. Is it just be presented again? Your sign has been used?
Take that!
Sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Paleno's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents at the fireplace of Mr. Cochin. Oh? The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, and they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Paleno said that he forgot to. So the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The move the ashes were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. And just what is so funny, Ash's proof. Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. Doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court, let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony, wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Okay. In my eyes, all you proved that the rotating fireplace wall was used. You can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we already finished a very thorough investigation. We found that not a single suspicious thing, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. She has seen through the fact that I've yet to gather that one piece of evidence.
What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now.
If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You're the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. The chaser run to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. It's like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. I didn't notice. I thought I'd set up a follow notification noise, but I guess... Oh, you know what? I'd set it up for a different thing. But I was planning on moving over to follow notifications. Thank you, by the way. Gonna put a sound for that. Right now it's silent. But I'll fix that. But right now, though, the rebuttal.
Hold it!
Sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough.
I was able to go through the revolving door myself. That should be proof enough even for you, pal.
You don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess you're not all that learned.
Ouch. Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal.
Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. You know what I mean, right? We have proof that the fireplace was used.
Hold it!
So you want proof the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any?
Yeah.
Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Oh, objection!
Hold it!
Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret, leave her to me. All I have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room. Without any evidence, it's meaningless. Who was it? Who was it that used it? Let's take a look. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. So we still have all these things that I've yet to use, and this is still the middle of the case. Jinkies. I'll just keep pressing, I guess. It's possible the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Paleno, Mr. Cochin. Curses! I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. There must be some sort of evidence we still have yet to find. I take it you have no further objections?
Hold it!
Hold it! So Interpol's finished examining the entire Babylonis embassy? Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed in the Alabas were incredibly helpful. They all put in a great effort to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all of that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you are the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? Didn't notice the ash in the fireplace in that room, and for that I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sheena. To your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. Hell, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all.
Apologize for subordinates and everything. What a great boss.
Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates?
No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir. Even if you are a bit too strict sometimes.
That's only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Maybe.
Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right?
That's right. We finished our investigation. Found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office, you say. Well, what's this wire for? Pardon? Like, we did find this in the office, but like, is this the answer though? Like, why would... Let's press anyway.
Hold it!
So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagrasu's key in the document detailing the smuggling operation. We still haven't found the blade that belongs to Babilee's knife handle yet.
Ha! You see? My subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. There's nothing else to find, alright. Well, would your leg really stuck to the fool's people? Lang Z says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too.
That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there's only one black sheep in any family. Though it pains Major Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that Yatagrasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we gonna do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Mr. Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one charge that Babilee's investigation was not Agent Lang. It means with Agent Sheena on charge, possibly she may have tampered with the evidence. The piece of evidence that we found. There's one thing I do know is that someone tried to hide it from us. Okay, I think it is the wire then. I don't know what the wire's for, but the fact that it was found. Oh, there we go. It wouldn't let us do anything there. Anyway, also, weren't these in the office or something? Anyway, the wire.
Objection!
Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents?
Better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. What exactly is this supposed to mean?
A length of wire? So what about it?
I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babilee's embassy not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that? At the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder! But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more.
In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit... Okay, we did find those in the office. Okay. So we could have presented either of those then, I think. What in the...
Yeah!
That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, there's nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence anyways. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort. Rather, I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the sincerity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. It's not possible the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there'd be another agent on that floor. Furthermore, I've come to see Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one is yet to inspect. The investigation is incomplete because they failed to investigate this location. It's the open air stage. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, hold on. What is it saying here? Sheena was only pretending to be investigating. Point rest K. There's one location no one's yet to inspect. Oh, I think. Oh, wait. They didn't inspect this room because Sheena, quote unquote, investigated it. And would any of the men dare doubt Agent Sheena? I think this is what came us. The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. How would be the one to decide that? Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back and check out the room next to the office.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think Miss Sheena's the Yatagrasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. I'm not gonna let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagrasu. But can you prove she's Yatagrasu is the question. Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, and I should be able to. Just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. Experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. Wasn't that mentally taxing? I'm gonna use the exact same escape route as the Yatagrasu. What did you find out by doing that? First, that's possible for us to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in Ashen Babbly's ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Now, is it really worth so little? I believe that's actually quite a meaningful result, which we're about to prove. So I think we're gonna find something. Because I mentioned earlier that Sheena is wearing black. However, I don't think Yatagrasu is wearing a cloak. She probably wore it there. I mean, she left the coat either in the room or threw it out as the, Wait, no, this was... No? Or wait. This might be the coat that it was, but, like, why is it over there? First off, but still. We'll find out in just a second.
Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir.
Oh? So what are these things that you found?
Some makeup, a coat, a pair of shoes, sir.
You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Fortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They're getting in the way, so I store them in that room.
No.
Thank you for bringing them to me. Saves me a trip. May I have them back now? These items the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I should be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Lang?
Sheena, let's put it all in the open. If you're really innocent, you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin.
Which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you gonna examine, sir?
The coat. Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir!
Appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly, Agent Sheena. The autographs of the case I was wearing the coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. What about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You can get away with such a transparent lie?
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal.
This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can... How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Me, sir? What did I do?
This coat is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. Thanks to you, we proved that going to the fireplace would still be a coat.
I don't quite get what you say, but I'm happy for the praise, sir.
All that remains is just to show what the dark substance of the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that's solely the hem of this coat? Why, our Babley's ink, of course.
Take that!
Babley's ink? Yes, this is what will prove the coat went through the fireplace. According to Ambassador Paleno, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. He told us about that, or I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. The dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babley's ink. Prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Ach! So I'd have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. You have no way of proving whether or not this is Babley's ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do, and I tend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how it'll prove the dark substance of the coat is Babley's ink. We burn it. We can find out whether that's Babley's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're gonna prove that's Babley's ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area from me, I'd appreciate it. Because I'll show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm gonna have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. Always carry with me so I can light smoke bombs. I could please have one, Kay, when we get this experiment underway. It's a flame! It's the same color as the flames what wit crystal oil produces, which means Babley's ink is a product of wit crystal oil. When lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu! The one who killed my father! It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking is that attitude. You haven't changed a bit in 7 years.
Your defense attorney killed Mr. Faraday and tried to frame me for it.
Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I'm this Callisto you one, but you can't prove it. You have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The Raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. The light of dawn has arrived and will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry, I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something I can prove she's Callisto you? I do. Something the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay. We've finally come to the end. We'll prove it to be Callisto you with this and clip the Yatagarasu's wings for good. 7 years ago.
Take that!
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle? This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume we spilled, which I've preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Byrne Faraday. If stored in the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. It means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we are to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Oh, that's an evil laugh for sure. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm not doing all that. Looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than that time 7 years ago. So she's an Interpol agent. How good are their background checks? Is she that good of like a liar and got that good at deception that none of this came up? Either that or Interpol has some explaining to do. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you're a spile along, a mole set by the smuggling I've been chasing after. Someone has been feeding them intel on Interpol this whole time. Very good. Maybe not big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. Even that's just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto, you, this time you won't escape. This is the end of the road for you. So come along quietly. And no, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. I did not use the Yatagarasu's gadgets and I have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn on my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't! You, I'll never forgive you what you did to my father! Pfft, you really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possesses such laughable honesty. Yup. Kay!
You let Kay go right now, pal.
You despicable! Let go of me, filthy... Ah! Think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. That's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. Yatagarasu has 3 legs. You know why that is? Why it has 3 legs?
The 3 main reasons the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? You finally know the real identity of Yatagarasu? The real identity of Yatagarasu is... The real identity of Yatagarasu is neither Bone Faraday nor Callisto Yu. By the same token, they're also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the great thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth! No! I refuse to believe this! Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1, Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. A lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of a client corporation. Skill number 2, Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the way of a criminal. And skill number 3, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Nope. Who?
Ever.
Detective Bad!
It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away.
You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu.
You? I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you.
Why, Mr. Bad, a long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. You're such a great team. Why'd you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed. There's nothing personal, really. You're just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? Grow weary of this. It's about time for everything to come to an end. This time I won't miss. Stop!
You!
Kay! Well, she's dead.
It's over, Sheena.
Your leg! Agent Lang! Grr!
You idiot, what were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What do you risk your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. As long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you.
You really are an idiot, you know that?
That's fine with me. You should know by now this is just how I am. Hey, sis.
Yes?
I want you to conduct a full-body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her.
Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistant, please.
Sir! I found something. What is this, sir? Looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle.
It's a great find, Detective.
It is, sir?
Let's try paying at this blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon.
Hey, they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
Gotta go return this Babbly's knife now.
Alright, I trust that you'll make sure it is returned to Ambassador Paleno. Alright. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto, you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay in the open air stage. That's all, folks. Used the fireplace to lose her, and he went back to accuse her of the murder. That about sum it up? Craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was allowing her to chase after me? It was all so I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you had burned Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why I tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me. Yes, I knew you'd show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you was my only goal. You had another? Yes. Oh, once I had you under arrest, I'd planned to search you, and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. I gotta take a little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have, and a tough time recovering that precious key. And the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday.
That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It was an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why'd you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? And the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings?
You're done asking what you need to know, because if so, we should probably get going. And you're gonna tell me everything you did tonight. You understand, Sheena?
Guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babley's embassy on fire. Why'd you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills.
That's what the smuggling was trying to do. Why start two fires?
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete an investigation, after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait! I mean, Miss Sheena! Yes? I fell to the floor earlier. These fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks. I thought, well, I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you know what? Just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, Agent Lang?
Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. It's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, and I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be.
His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. There they go. So, Detective Bad has a lot of explaining to do, I think. Like, a lot of explaining. Hopefully we're not just gonna forget about all that, right? It's finally over, Kay. feel like I peer into her heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark, incredibly lonely. The person who's giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? Wait a frickin' minute. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. No. That's why we still have this evidence. Hold on. Let me double check. It's not that stupid, is it? It is that stupid. No. You can't keep getting away with this. Can't keep getting away with this. Oh my god. I knew it was gonna be stupid. They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jammin' Ninja show. Until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck in the ends of these sticks. Oh! I knew it! I knew it!
Oh, it's that time already, huh?
So it's midnight. It's the dawn of another day.
Hey, Bops, thanks a bunch. Really done a lot for having all these years.
Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day.
Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire. We almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything.
But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring. You, the Yatagrasu we're chasing after.
The legend of that Yatagrasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagrasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad.
Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth?
Detective Bad. Wait, you're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad. I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Here, I should give these back to you.
These are the pages of my KG8 case files the Yatagarasu stole from my office.
Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
So the Yatagarasu stole into my room was you, was it?
Wait, that means... what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true. Even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident is a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom. Faraday's the prosecutor and I's the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession of prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the eldest sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group.
Mr. Amano's conglomerate?
We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim of the KG8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KJ incident, CCU, she never had a sister.
What? Then that means...
She now wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U is also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that one was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto the page of the case file, please use it wisely.
Trump card?
That photo we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago.
The mark of the Yatagarasu. But why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Cochrane had on him at the time of the KG8 incident, 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU.
But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu?
The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. Apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze.
So you mean the cards were written in Babley's ink?
The fact that the card that Kochner was sent made it into Faraday's hands at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police.
That's what those white cards are.
The great thief that used the mark, only those within the ring would know it was our message to the ringleader, that we were only a few steps behind.
Look at that.
And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you, my lollipop. It's still tasty after all these years. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. In the KG8 incident, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence.
But I thought it was stolen. How did you have it?
The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he has had it locked and hid away for all this time. We forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case.
Uh-huh. This video.
Well, don't come any closer, I'm warning you!
Is it the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me?
Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. The video was insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence.
That card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader, Mr. Portsman.
The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them.
The ones Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is...
Whether you use them or not is up to you, but they will be of help to you when you take them on someone who's above the law.
Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there's no limit to the law, for it's the people who determine the limits of them.
You still insist that even now? You really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. Time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops, don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir.
Well, look at all the turntables. Is this really the end of a legend?
Nope, because Kay's still alive.
Are we at the finale or still in the middle? Aha! The ladder! We're getting there. And, we'll try to finish it today. We'll see. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. Yet there remains much of this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Sort of a miracle it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? You'll need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. Before we do, I'd like to go through my evidence once more. Necessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Of freaking course, the passion flowers are still here. Of freaking course. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick. Suppose. Why is there dirt stuck in the end of the hair stick in the first place? We know why. We know why, and it sucks. It's dumb and stupid.
Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us.
It's a piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. Just know that it's related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir.
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, he's got a knife. It's a Manny Cochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from security cam at the entrance of an apartment building. Apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. This footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. See how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it.
Well, it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on, sir.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader went so far as to use Mr. Portsmouth to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader.
Where? Where?
Don't break it. Wait! What was that?
Huh?
That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. This car! There's something we cannot overlook.
Why's that, sir?
Excuse me, pardon me, but that flag looks kind of familiar. This is the national flag of the Principality of Catopia. Because it has the national flag on it, we know it's to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was the government car doing there?
Miss Von Carr, Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time?
Ambassador Halba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful, this tragedy would never have happened. I'm truly sorry.
This one's your fault, sir. This has nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot, Curses! Couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I'd like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
Well, we've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. We're in the middle of events celebrating our country's reconciliation. Can't exactly have the police and detectives walk around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to our Bastion and Babylonie's police?
Ambassador, we are so close! There's a little more and...
Miss Von Karm, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true, however, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is really where our investigation ends? Hold it.
Shifu, I found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way.
Yo!
That was quick. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly.
If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case, no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. A member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable. This right, investigation really will come to a close.
Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
You know?
The
Killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Lang Z says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the masked second's killer? And I'll tell you who. It was you, Francisco
Oh God, not this. I was the killer? Hey, wait, that's impossible.
Yeah! Although, that beep is actually quite... Yo!
Hold your tongue in that ludicrous remark you're about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
You appear to be joking. Oh, hold on. Is he doing this so the investigation can continue? Is that what he's doing? Oh, hold on. Hold on a minute.
Hey, sis. Remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech? He called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
Get into that. Furthermore, to resolve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where's your evidence I'm the killer?
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show you in due time. Master Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Grant me permission?
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good, let's move out. Don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I've heard of any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. Seems rather upset, not that I blame her.
I expect that you accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request you allow me to take part, so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
Guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what looks like an alabaster yet.
You're like Kagan, you gotta let me in too, pal. Can't sit around and do nothing, Miss Von Cobb's in trouble.
Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition so you can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, fired up and ready to go.
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Something that's gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'm bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well, but I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go.
If this is what I think it's gonna be, then I really like Lang as a character if this is where it's going. Is that this is like a ploy to make sure we get to see the office, not that he actually believes Von Karma did it.
Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Coach's body is found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And the body of Damask II, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastrian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found the murder weapons this Primadux statue. This is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it... Sis, it wasn't you and there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection! Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. So while people were distracted by the Yadagrass's appearance, he snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Enough all that were true. How do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken weapons across country lines. Oh. Hey now! Look, sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case is directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring.
He's right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. How the connection between this case and the ring? Could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Gah! Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisco, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastrian side of this case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? Don't worry. I'm taking this seriously as well, and I'll prove your innocence.
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. Can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation is to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well.
Of course, and I will. Let's now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. You can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring. It will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get this started.
Yes, let's. I really, really hope that what I suggested is going to happen. Because I really like Agent Lang as a character, and this is what's going to happen. Oh boy.
One of Alabaster's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. The murder weapon, the killing of Damask II, is Babal's Primadux statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries impenetrable. The only one to traverse the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect.
You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss.
Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself.
What are you talking about?
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Z never said anything to that effect.
You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Z's proverbs like that?
Well, to be fair, you don't have anyone to bring you your scrolls anymore. I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all that you'll need to see the truth. Okie dokie. Rebuttal.
Hold it!
I concur that the knife crossed over country lines.
Yo, that's not the only thing that did. Let's not forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one.
Okay. So, again, I figure where this is going, but, like, for the sake of this testimony, I can imagine Von Karma might be able to hide a knife, but a whole statue? There's no way she could bring a statue like that, like, by herself and not get noticed.
Hold it!
Anyway, so you're saying that the Primadux statue is also brought over by Franziska?
Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Hold
And how exactly did she bring it over?
I haven't figured that out yet.
It's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are.
Maybe. There's one thing I do know for sure.
You know, I've been wondering about the baby carriage for the baby samurai, and that he's missing still. and that he clearly has been to both sides. And that carriage does contain things that carry the samurai dogs. Is it not possible that that's how the statues were smuggled? Perhaps? Maybe?
Hold it!
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that? Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all the barbed wire. The only way to either embassy is through the door on the Theatrum Neutralis. The only way for the knife and the Primatic statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. Wait a minute. But what about... What if... What if... Also this.
Hold it!
Was Franziska really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was an Alabast when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Kochan's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. Then how do you explain the Primatic statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things that cross the border are the Primatic statue and the knife. I'd hardly think those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Oh, hold on. Nopers. You get to see the Steam games I have installed. Oh no! Anyway. I was clicking off. Just a second. So we need to do this again.
Hold it!
Where's this again?
Objection!
Okay, well, wait a minute. These must have passed through. Do we present the dog? Let's present the dog.
Objection!
Nope.
Not so fast!
Not so fast. What do you mean we haven't refilled our, Let me double check all the statements. So they pressed everything. Maybe I've presented something on the wrong sentence. Let me reread everything. I mean, we wouldn't still have the samurai dogs. But, well, I think... Well, the thing is, these were swapped. So I had to go back and forth. And again, there's no way, Franziska could do that. So, yeah. These 3 items. Agent Lang, those 2 items are not the only 2 to cross the border tonight. Oh? The Mask II was killed with Babal's Primadux statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primadux statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, and this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point, which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? Doesn't matter the number of items, only that Sis is the only one that could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabasta and Babal is her. Okay, this is where we show with the Steel Samurai. So it was definitely another person, and who pays a visit to both sides of the wall. What? Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. Checked what guards said along the security camera's footage. I'm not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. Okay, wait, no. This was the this. Because clearly, something was thrown in that. The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed, I point out it opened up a whole new possibility. Though I hesitate to bring this out. As long as entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks you got some clever idea in mind. I do. Show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that'll show me this other route. Piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. It's by people flying.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. Supernatural photo? Like I said before, humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. Don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. I won't lie to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait. Not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea shimmering inside that head of yours, or simmering. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... It was this one. Right? Let me check. Yes.
Take that!
I had to check which side it was. Naturally, this shadow's the third smuggled object, the Primadux statue replica. Can't be serious. The Yalagrasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it right through the air. Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! That's not a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. Ha! And how exactly did she do that? Literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, that was just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. Called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisco was called here into this very room. If that's the case, that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I'll need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. For that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it's my duty to ask her if her side of the story is. Ha! You really think a criminal tells the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof I'm the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. And I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Gah! Franziska, I feel I still don't have enough information. which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Wink, 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 wink. Alright, so, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify your movements up until we came to this room.
Alright, let's try this your way for a change. What she has to say turns out to be a waste of time. I'll place her on arrest faster than you could hell know.
As you wish. So when are we going to get our justice points back? As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the steel samurai off as went towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Okay. Francisco wants to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time spent in this office was before the murder occurred, is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. Well, she really did do it, though. That'd be a funny twist. Anyway.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could... I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that Ziyata had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. Such incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened here back then? As related to that case we're involved, it appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. Looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. Inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that, then after that... Steel Samurai.
Hold it!
So you're at the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show. Well, yes. Sir Francisco was there. After the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off.
Hold it!
Why'd you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how Ziyata planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. In the end, Ziyata did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. If it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who'd have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Francisca. Must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden. Be aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. Okay.
Hold it!
Back to the office. That time to mess the second's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. As Ambassador Alba was here. We could hardly miss his rather large presence.
Crane will say anything without being arrested. How we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office.
Grr. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details.
Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? Let's hear it. Watering the flowers.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How'd you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window's on the opposite side. What do you say is true that when he entered the room, his body would have been like a wall? It would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? Come on, don't do this. I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunate for me, Ambassador was not an immovable ball. I knocked before I entered. As he did, he turned around to greet me, the watering can in his hand. It's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He obtains them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes, the plants in this room, they're all like my children. The passion flowers and flower box in the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now? You said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why certain things the way it is. I need to append that statement to your testimony. 4 flowers? 4? Well, I recall there being only 2. And, that these stakes here are suspiciously similar to these. Uh-huh. Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ha! I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Mount Carmel like that?
Yes, sir. Keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Yeah.
All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it's a contradiction that's a enigmatic case. But I find it hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
Now let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
I believe the answer to that will become clear if we examine that flower box. How's contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers.
I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. Yep, cut to black. And rest until yada yada. Okay. The ring part on here is, The ring part on here. Name these flowers. I believe they're called passion flowers. Not being called flowers, actually a species of vine. Appear to be going well. They're well supported by these plant supports.
Yeah, but no matter how to look at it, there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? The little lies failed you.
Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. Suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I have evidence. I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
You do you? Such confidence in the face of your current plight. I highly doubt it'll last till the end.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark out to see the evidence. Truth past flags reveal we see this piece of evidence is the hair sticks.
Take that!
Sheena was supposedly in Babals the entire time, and these hair sticks on her. Look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for these passion flowers.
Heh! And so what? Is really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Yeah!
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue.
Yeah. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal.
How did these support sticks find their way to Babal and why? There must be some reasons why I ended up there. Aha! So that's why! Agent Lang, if you'd please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
Just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is. But the shape of the support stick is what's important. When they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes to focus. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Eureka!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting...
I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, make for perfect arrows.
Yeah!
I've done it. I've found the common thread that connects the 2 offices. This thread has yet to be completely untangled. Using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? The wire! Furthermore, who could have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all these things together.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all.
It's the wire! They attached it to the wire. So Babal's statue draped in the Yadagrass's clothes, then shot over there? If you fired the arrows on the side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primaduck statues don't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The Primaduck statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. Feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you're unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primaduck statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Yeah, we know it's the wire. We know it's the wire. It's the wire, and that's why it was hidden in the clock.
Hold it!
Yeah, let's just press from here. But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? Just the arrow by itself is very meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things it went to swung were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not for the discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. The shooter wanted to launch with a crossbow is not the statues themselves. Rather, something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. Okay. What did the crossbow launch? What did the crossbow launch? It was this wire.
Objection!
Finally. Finally we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. Heh. Get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. You can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that it was tied to the arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Babley's Embassy. What you're claiming is really what happened. I can see how Alabast's Primaduck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor, but not the other statue is what he's gonna say. But then, what about Babal's Primaduck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of Babley's Embassy, up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. Or perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion I was employed to smuggle Babal's Primaduck statue. Oh. The live-action stage. Might that have something to do with it? Might it? Might it, perhaps? Because, like, it kind of looked like, No. Wait. Wait. It's not swinging. I don't think Bungie would do that. Oh, brain! I'm having a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. I've remembered something. You know what is in both of the rooms that could be used as rotors for something? I believe it was done via rotary motion. The two statues were transported simultaneously. Simultaneously? Get real! Statue would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. Lang Z says, don't object and call success was beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statue would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the Primaduck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. The fact that the Babal statue is a hollow replica of the real statue would naturally be lighter than the real one. I mean that my idea is very possible. Lang Z says, ah! Oh! Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. The two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was complete, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to the ball where it was to be disposed of. To do that, Miss Yu hid inside the grandfather clock. QED. Ha! Gah! This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer?
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
The proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said was what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir.
I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for it's one more piece of evidence.
One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor.
The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt to have a length of wire, I believe that's right here in this very room. I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. It's the fan. Both rooms have a fan, or had a fan.
Ah, looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece is a trick. Two pulleys.
Precisely.
The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. Thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley except for the wire to run on.
Ah! Oh!
This must be it. It's how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security.
You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. Bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you?
The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabaster and Bobbly's offices, that the passion flower support sticks should be used as arrows. Grass hand in hand in this case.
Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? I can't say who it is. Why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Like, I think I know who it is, but like... I think I know where we're getting it, but like, what evidence? Oh, wait, hold on. Or wait. Is it this? We still have it, so it's, like, important. I mean... Oh, just this. Right. Yeah, right.
Take that!
Like, yeah, it's this guy. Alba didn't want us to investigate anymore because he's the one who did this. The smuggling could not have been possible without use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They're planted so long ago that the passion flowers had time to grow so big that Miss Montgomery didn't even notice the arrows as she visited the room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. This can only be you, Kurgasalba. Also, he said international incident, which, kind of implied that as well. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I'm sure that he is the culprit.
Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would we use a trick like that?
I understand you'll need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd.
Just one thing, huh?
The one single end result Ambassador Albert sought to obtain. To examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we'll finally find the answer to everything. It's the fact that they wanted the real statue. Replica is able to examine this piece of evidence. It's a fake, but swapped with the real one. Yes. Alright, now, we need to present the real one. Yeah, the real one. I fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real primary extension for the fake, it's a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. So both ambassadors are in it then, I'm guessing. Who better to ask that reason than King Primadux himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. And we have this. This still. So Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. In fact, the Rami has suggested the statue once belonged to Babal. So it was smuggled from Babal to Alabast, huh? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? Let me see. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe because they look alike that he was picked to be the good... Okay, we certainly saw this. Take a look at this area on the base of his neck. Looks like a gap. Hey, you're right! Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles! Alright, here goes. Oh! Credit cards! Boy, oh boy! That really did open up! Hey, what's this thing that fell out? Leave a Mothro examine if it's required. Let's take a look. It's in a book. What in the... is this? Hey! Is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills! Somehow it appears we've at long last arrived. The exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabast to begin with. The Pyramid statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. The replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object which to hide contraband. Receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue to Damask II and, wabam. Then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai's sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? You're the leader of the smuggling ring. The country's a mess. It's all because of you. You is the one who killed Damask II. Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there's one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was... Mr. Cochin. Quit screwing around! I have no sympathy for someone who tried to pass the guilt onto a dead man. There's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Cursus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but the result of logic investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we'd give such flip-flopply logic any real weight, do you? Yep. Looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of the true Ambassador Alba seemed the most suspicious. Without the ambassador's permission, I couldn't get in and take another look around. So that's why he put on this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder. Using Franziska's debate, we were able to gain his entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would get the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I shall forgive you. but in exchange for using me as bait, take some responsibility to help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you.
No, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, and you'd be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collect and combine with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about all that. One thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
You're quite scary to be, aren't you?
Hey, you're the one who's planning to use me to push all the guilt into the sis. Unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. Wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Attention!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I know nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You swapped a real statue to invest in your country. The authority ruled for a fake. Doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Yeah. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, and we can see to it justice finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? Oh, we have a trump card, all right. We have a trump card. The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence for the case of Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such a piece of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Commerce are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. I won't follow the path of Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed would I believe in? I want to pursue the truth, and I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I'll lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? Which path is the prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now. I think we gotta. I think we gotta. There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses new territory. What reason were laws invented? The answers for that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what that is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense, let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? Have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given? What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident. The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Very interesting. Must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented. Afraid the autocrat has been chasing all this time, now stands before me. Can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now's the time for me to bring fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. Here we go. The Atrum Neutralis lobby. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. This is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. But you see our security footage shot just before the KG-8 motor occurred. That's footage we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the second to prove the card was used to relay an order. Right there. It's in him hand. As you could see, Mr. Coach is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. That card and the one you have. Just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? There's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact the one and the same. Do simply take a look at this. Scuba de Scap? Is it the blood? Specifically? Dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that yours and this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. If DNA tested, we could very easily, as that's fact. Oh boy. We're getting late in the stream, and that's when my words start to fail me. If you have no objections, I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. The car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building is an official Cadopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, can please magnify the footage? On what? How? That's not a thing that this TV can do. Zoom and enhance. Save the footage directly linked to the smuggling with Cadopia. And that is this, I assume.
Take that!
Sexual. Oh, it's not that. Why is it showing there if it's not important? Oh, it's probably the card that's on him. Because he's in the car. Why would they show that there if it's not important? Anyway. That's probably the card. Shape of this pocket, the directives card in it, tells that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Cochin. License plate of the car is also captured by the security camera. So we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. So I can say with confidence that you were riding this car on that day. There it is. That's why it was important, that badge there. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists, so naturally all records from that time period also no longer exist. Hey, I was thinking a step ahead. Haha, that badge there, that arrogance, but it really means that's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. Must be something here that I can use against him, and it is the badge that he currently has on him right now. What the? Ambassador Alba? Yes, what is it? You're once an army man in the service of Cadopia. It was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadopia. But now I'm the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, The only person it could be is sitting in the car is you! How did you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. It's clearly the same exact medal as the one in your chest. What? Oh, his face is cracking open. Wait, don't tell me this guy's a man in a suit. This is how it'll be, but I won't look back. This is the path I've chosen. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. Looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. It's time to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? I'll accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding to the second murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense. To mask the second attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. He's admitting to the murder and nothing else, I'm assuming.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we'll need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? If that's what you require, I'll provide it. You don't have to mock at me when we attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. Whoa! I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But the Master Second didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon. You hid it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you speak, my special bonsai trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, there's an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, he'll have to declare it so.
Okay.
No way! Which reminds me, guess there's still one more accusation you need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. Had no knowledge it was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus of your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of Domestic Second was done in self-defense.
My Charles, no man escapes this crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you're my opponent in court. There's one very important fact I think you may have forgotten.
What is that? That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality.
That's right. The Seven Seas sits on what's effectively Alabastian soil. Say Charles to be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, why's Interpol state on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people to confess to their crime. That's the court's job.
And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. That are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I'll never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance, your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of, to me this is all but nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is That's why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You all see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. So nothing you can do? Nope. Game ends. Bye-bye. I hope there's gotta be something. We still have a lot of evidence left. Alright. He who is above the law. Sorry, just a second. Alright. We really can't stop now. We're already going 5.5 hours, but screw it. If we have to go 9.5 hours again, I will. But take like another break if I do that, though. Alright. So what are we gonna do, gang?
I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality.
Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. Can't believe that we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I got some business to take care of.
Okay, bye. Can't even give the evil guy like him a slap on the wrist. What the heck were even laws created for? What good are they? Law can't help us. How goes the autographs to take care of this myself? Don't you dare.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on Ambassador after all. They did tell us, sir, to get out of the theater. It's kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone! We can't give up yet! Okay. Why don't you think about something for a sec? Never let up for even a second, as long as we don't stop investigating. Might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right!
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let's reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Is that gonna get my justice points back?
Okay. I'll check out the bottle a bit more, sir.
And I have something I need to investigate further in Alabast. Okay. But aren't we about to be evicted, or... Now then. Before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Patch and flower dead. Okay, we don't need patch flowers anymore. So, like... Master was seen agitated over something. Wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. Something happens in Alabastrian soil, we're unable to legally prosecute him. Cool! Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want! And Murder Domestic II run a smuggling operation to make counterfeit bills, apparently. I thought the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal. Yes, apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. Well, it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. Retain some very special rights indeed. So no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. But how do we do that? Do we have deduction stuff here? Why is this getting renovations? We gotta find out sometime. Let's check this picture here. Taken just before the two ambassadors give their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. It's just my imagination. Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species. I would have figured you'd be after an expert in flowers. It's all because of those flowers the old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. What exactly is this yellow flower here? That one. I'm not sure. It's the knife that went missing! What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. It feels as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Like, perhaps... the one... on this knife! Bhopal's national symbol is the butterfly, and alabaster is the flower. It appears that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling yourself about? Wait, what? The handle of this knife? Ah! Yes, it's the handle that's supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried to the Theatrum Neutralis. The very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Aha! The flower motif. Looks like the one flower petals that's missing. Oh, take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. The knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. So, sadly, we can't do an adventure game. Combine our items until something works. Because it'd be like, yes, this guitar pick has always been part of the knife. But, we can't do that. Uh-huh. These flowers sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio's being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot over there is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Ha! No underestimate powers of recollection. The monkey's a clock again, isn't it? Mrs. Monkey's a clock? I'm sure of it. Can we go in the theater? I mean, he obviously doesn't want to investigate this. Oh wait, we didn't get our justice points back? Oh... Well, let's go back a bit. No, hold on a minute. Can we connect these two? We might be able to connect these. Let's try it. We did just save. Okay. Note the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But the necessary materials, such as the Babbly's ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, I'm proud I had to find a better hiding place to get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. The reason Mr. Cochin was killed is the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? I mean... Manny was the one to gain from getting himself killed! Yeah, I know. The one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the coast compared to his mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Ooh. I mean, don't these connect now? I mean, that's pretty obvious. Well, of course, you don't want to investigate the motive. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. We will take her words at face value. The reason for the Ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. It wants to discover the real circumstances in which Mr. Cochin was killed. You mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polano to be ambassador for the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason he wanted to steal our Bass Primaduck statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Damas the second to go steal for him. When Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin. It's definitely a possibility at this point. The two really were thinking about themselves. The question now is, how did he do it? Master Alba's an Alabast. Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right. That's what we must solve next. I believe I now understand why Ambassador Alba is so nervous and agitated. Must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. The place where the Alabastian Ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... Let's take a look at this. Why would he have met him? Well, we've been talking about all the extraterritorial stuff, but the theater is a neutral area. It's in the name. I hope.
Take that!
It is. The only place that makes sense is here, the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event's being held here today, correct? It's the only place that the both of them would have been, and this is here. If that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. Makes logical sense, in which case there's a reason for us to investigate further. So as we check out, let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem would be Alabast. What if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate?
Objection!
Aha! I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska, I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. Do well take a look at its contents. Ooh, you move fast. Avant Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my niche to keep on retreating like this. Took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you'll make no excuse to back down or says we can't solve this case. Sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. As my cute little subordinate's going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? This video contains footage from Alabasta immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. Okay. There he is, the old man. Aha! What's he hiding in there? Which minute's footage should I examine? 523, probably. What's in here? Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh? It's supposed to be the shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. Just getting past that. If only with the pushcart itself we can compare and confirm my hunch. Looks like there might be a person in there. Hope it shows something good. Phooey, it's not a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? Didn't miss anything. Because there was nothing to miss. And what is missing the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. Wasn't his body found in Babal? It appears that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Yes, finally, please, thank you! Yay! I can make more mistakes. Ambassador Alba, I thought I'd asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, I've enjoyed our little game. Dare say you even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done and it's game over. No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret, so I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There's still too many issues to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Paleno. You're just a T-biz fine with me. They have a very strained relationship during casualty to precarious situation, you know. Very well. If If you insist, I'll play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Master Paleno, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. There's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you want to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to limit you to just one question.
It's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manikochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I've been an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Coach and I were fellow smugglers. To get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. It's simply not possible to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
So that is your alibi?
That is correct. It's simply not possible to have committed a crime in Babal. But if you hear that, appreciate if you can move out of my way.
I said hold it!
Was it this time? I told you I allow one question.
You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I'll refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well, I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you're forbidden to lose. Of course, that's what we've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad, their legacy will live on through me. So that's why I've just gotta catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
Alright, I already see one thing that piqued my interest. Coach and I were fellow smugglers. Well, in that case, why would he plot to steal the statue?
Objection!
Nope, never mind. Wait. Wait, no, wait. That wasn't it. It was a different statement, wasn't it? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Okay, I think I got ahead of myself. I've forgotten something very important. As we have to press a certain key on the keyboard.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis, or we proved it to be what happened.
Let's leave that one to that one side for now, because it'll change the fact that I've no motive.
Here we go, okay. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
That's how you see things. Appreciate if you take me seriously.
I'm sorry, I suppose you're on a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. If I formally claim I had no motive to kill, let's see you disprove it.
Okay. Now we do it. Okay. Like, we had the motive, but, like, I was, like, way too early on it. We have to directly say the motive. And that is that he...
Objection!
stealing that there statue. Clobber that Kirby.
If you want to know, I believe he did have a motive to kill. It's because Mr. Coach had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, because you're trying to test each other, turned into this mess. Oh, objection! I'll still do the voice I did. I don't believe this. You're a bad pitcher for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. If you're not, I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork and move my case forward. It's been proven that's not written by Mr. Coach's hand. Shall we take a look at it? A copy of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabaster Primate statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. Believe you understand what I'm driving at? You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, motive or thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? Expect to resort to playing the semantics game with me. Appears this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you'll excuse me... Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a bit more of your time. Doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. It's wildlife for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something which I've no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paleno. I'm very sorry, it seems that even my voice falls on deaf ears. So there's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno. Must find some way to stop him from leaving. Seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it. Who is it? Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Autocross's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop her from leaving? Just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? That's a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us. Did you say Byrne Faraday? It's a Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. Once he wrote about the Yadagrasu's key. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. You said like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. That sort of trickery won't work on me. Don't believe me? Take a look at this. And what is that toy there? Too late. This thievery device was used by the Yadagrasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yadagrasu's dug up on you. Go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabaster right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence. Yadagrasu, ever the thorn in my side. Okay, is that organizer really containing information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. It was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, his existence will even troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, I'd say keepsakes of your father. It's okay. I believe Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. The going gets tough. Someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. While this time is still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me? Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Alright, but to the absolute last. That if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me. Can't let this opportunity chaos credit me go to waste. We gotta do this real good. Last time I met with Mr. Kocha was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. My dad was in Alabaster the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Kocha again after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him. Would you agree? Alright, now let's press everything. Now, since you people are practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I'll warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions you'll be put. Oh, God. Oh, God. So neither suppressing or presenting will hurt our case. Oh. So they pulled this sort of threat in, like, the Ace Attorney games. But I don't think they actually did anything with pressing back then, did they? Or am I misremembering? But this, they're actually like, yeah, you better get it spot on, bucko. In that case, the only thing you do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course, I don't tend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Coachman was killed before he returned to Babal. There's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Alright, which one, though? We can't press. Gotta get the perfect evidence. Last time Mr. Coachman was here at the Theatrum Neutralis, that I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Coachman again after that. So you see, there's no time span which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? Let's go back to the first one. So I went to the Theatrum Neutralis. You did, in fact, meet him here. Alright. I mean, like, he has the knife in the picture, right? That's on there? Yep, the murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. Yatta! I'd like you to take a look at it. This picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? To commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Kojin. I see you recognize it as well. As well you should, for it was you brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers here to give the Steel Samurai. Yet you killed Manny Kojin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionate you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning this country ever again. That's right. This man is ambassador. He has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. Face of a worthless cur. No. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts. There's no one who can lay a finger on this man. Is this really the end?
Not so fast!
There he is. Ba-ba-bam. Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it'd spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, their diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. Yeah, baby. What do you mean revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Not so fast!
Lang Zi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Pardon? Interpol headquarters of the Imperial Household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial Household? What have you done? You've been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today, effective right now.
You have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video the Yatagrasu protected.
Can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimate me, a descendant of the founded entertainment philosophy, Lang Zi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. Oh. He transformed back.
It can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorship has been revoked!
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. Probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? You've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
Oh. No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us. So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains you cannot arrest me.
Yeah, I expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. All the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater? If it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater, so anyone can have taken it from there and use it, right? Besides, the that he was killed here itself is odd. Well, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? He claimed they carried his body all the way over there. Preposterous.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. You're gonna get him this time.
I killed Mr. Coach in the theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater.
Okay.
That's Mr. Coach body discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal.
Well,
Oh, there. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me, which have me surrender to.
you have no plans to ever return this country, isn't that right? Do you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, put this guy at the embassy. We can finally end everything.
I know, and I'll give it all my all to see he leaves in handcuffs. At the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
Get him good.
What if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony? Hey, by the way, is Gumshoe still around? I don't think I've seen him. Unless he's just in one of the shots that just hasn't said anything for a while. So I know what statement on, but I'm gonna press anyway just to be safe. Okay, I know we have to present the baby carriage. But, is that really so? Could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then move the body. That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. So much as makes it a natural movement, it would arouse their suspicions. Come to think of it, why wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage? Wait, let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said the guards become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then, by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case. Alright, the Steel Samurai stage show and went back to Alabast, right? From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy. It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy. Couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Yep, we know that. Okay, we know this for sure. Just wanted to check in case they need to amend a statement. Well, what if Mr. Baby was in a baby carriage? Or pushcart? The bulge is natural! Actually, I do believe there's a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security cam that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the natural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. It's just Cochin's body. Yes, it is.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the natural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. Had the steel samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess. I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now, but it's a hypothesis, however. Can't prove it, I'm afraid I must be on my way. Don't have any more time to play with you people. Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He was gone for a while. Gummy? Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. Found the open air stage area. That's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth ending to the case? Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, detective. But something isn't right. Not the entire samurai family, but it's an Alabast. Where exactly in the open air stage area did you find the pushcart? Found just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh? Let's leave that for now. Examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. Hey, that's kind of interesting, huh? It's blood. This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin's theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What's nonsense? Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, and it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. What if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! If I could show you how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't! The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it, so as to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. No! Now, Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis this time. I don't believe I made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there's no question that can't be answered, right? The Pyramid statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air, so why should there be an answer to how the body was moved? Which means there must be a logic flaw some I can exploit. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken of the Steel Samurai shaking hands. As I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. Feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. That's it? Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things. Such as the murder of Zamaski II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like.
Okie dokie. Okay, now let's press everything because I'm not entirely sure what he means here. Yeah, he sure did. So why was Tony with the Steel Samurai? Thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time. The doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip? I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, she's done to strain your back as well, huh?
Isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
Why does he hunch over at times? Just to keep up appearances?
Yeah, he tended to keep act up no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. About 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
Okay.
Hold it!
The autographs is just a trick to get set up. Most amusing joke. I propose that I set it up.
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arrange the spotlights in the rose gardens that you want to take the stage. The audience would see the autographer's shadow.
Oh, that's an interesting tale. So it has nothing to do with me.
What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Very well, then let's move on to a different question. After the autographer appeared, what was the state of the rose garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And once everyone was inside, well...
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. On my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man.
I don't want to keep on repeating this either. His name was Damascus II.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Prime Deck statue he was supposed to steal, had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Yep. This Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now.
Yeah, I think the scary part is the silence while she's doing it.
Must be at the limit for patience as well. Physical attacks are meaningless here. Only the evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. Uh-oh. This won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgeworth, could you not come with how the body was moved to Babal?
Sir.
Sir Edgeworth. Even after proving so much, he's gonna get away with it? This is the end? Who's gonna come in and save us now? Everyone's already here! Because we made it just in time. Who's this?
Be a great honor if you'd allow us to be your allies in battle.
Evil magistrate, it's time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai!
No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of New Old Tokyo.
I'll do this voice because it's Larry doing the character.
And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Edgy Poo! Oh, the two people I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just want to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spear. Go away! How could you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah, I found him in Bababa. He was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. We found it in a pool. Don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. Thought I lost him in the Rose Garden. I guess maybe this cute kitten can swim, huh? Wait, what?
Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. I found him in...
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant and Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. That's what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling up between the countries. You do a heckin' swim. Go to Dire Docks. The key is bilateral symmetry, yet again. That's right. Sammy's was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir!
There's a location which we examine post-haste, so I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies.
Does something of that really exist, sir?
MC built on bilateral symmetry, meaning this is where we need to examine. It's right here.
Take that!
Yes, sir! I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. Doesn't matter now what you do, it's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us and wait.
This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir! There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of the embassy are mirror images of each other, which means there's also a pool at the corresponding location of the Babalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved to the ball through the pool in Alabast. Avoiding the topic of a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. Don't mind, like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? Because he was fished out of a pool. Not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. Also, we kind of already knew this, because, this was low, but why would the water be low? Because they used it to put out the fires in the Babal embassy. Right? I think that's what I was going for, isn't it? Like, why else would the water level be low if they weren't putting out the fires with it? Also probably gonna put this there. That's probably gonna do stuff. And where's your proof that the two sides are connected? The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. This blasted doll!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back! Hey! Don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me.
We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. And if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but kind of unlikely the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but
He has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Enter Lang. Why does he have Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He roused a flaw in my argument is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, this coach's body is found in his office in Babal. What happened to his body after he was transported to the open-air stage?
Mr. Alba, an accomplice of Babal, remember?
You mean
Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it's possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that. Hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. Looks like Abel says about how the body's moved is still only half-baked. And it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now that I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What's happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal? If only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it. I believe this time really all done right. Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You're a most persistent man. I say that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That's completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? May I say that's because there wasn't any water in there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Because there are fires! Uh-oh! There are fires! Tonight, the Autograssi set fire to a variety of locations at Babli's embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. We just waste all the water again. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment at which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route to use to smuggle the body. That route will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that smuggling route. I know that. Should have figured that you wouldn't notice. Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? A laughing note, those pools are extremely deep. There are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It'd be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or foothold along the walls? There's no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something that could go up or down the pool at will. Oh, looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. Because it refills! Which machine on the body were able to rise up to ground level? If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so the body machine could move up and down the pool. Ba-da-bup-ba-da-bup. Fountain. Mr. Alba used the fountain spots, in a matter of speaking. Use the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Machina and the body were lifted upwards by their buoyancy in water. The fire in the Babli's side and the firefighting effort, these set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Coach's body. No! Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spots in advance, preparation for things to come. Doop-a-doop. Took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden, and pushed her along with the iron infant of Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. This time, Machina was busy conveniently starting the first fire ball. She then made for the open-air stages pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. By the time the fires put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. Ooh, look at that. This is when she pushed the pusher from Alabas to Babal. As that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. When the water level rose up to its original level, along with Machina and the body. After that, Machina used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, with her small frame she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. That wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What's the old man want now? Proof, I believe is what he seeks. Yes, proof. That any was to say whether or not any of what you said really happened. What's proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. It's the guitar pick! Or, you know, why isn't the only thing to go to the pool's connecting pipe tonight? Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area. So too did I find one other item there. That piece of evidence is what will prove the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that smuggled over the Babal's open-air stage area. Yeah. The guitar pick. Which is, you know, not one.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babali side will be your undoing. A guitar pick, which can't explain how it's going to do me in, as it were. Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported off the body. I naturally assumed you would recognize it, and took a photo with it, after all. Since you don't allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to. Belongs to the knife.
Take that!
Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it appears that's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. It's a perfect fit! I assume the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. It was accidentally placed in the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area in the Babali set of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as its petal explains all for me. It proves that someone from the Rose Gardens pool on through the Babal. Impossible! People at Zhang 5 have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy's going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People that can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit that they lost. None of these kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. I guess I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. Use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. So I will request you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Okay, I think we're at the final part of the case. The final testimony. Okay, I gotta finish this game fast because my reading skills are gonna go down the toiler at this rate. Mr. Alba, request you testify once more. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. So fit to fully prove it's Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I'd like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well, suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only thing to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place. That's the key for this investigation. Let's look at the evidence we haven't used yet. This we still have. It's important. I mean, all the important stuff, all the unimportant stuff was removed, so something in here must still be super duper important. There's that wound we got. What evidence do we have right away? There's that. We have this. If nothing else, this proves that Manny didn't come through here afterwards. Anything else? I don't know if nothing I immediately see, but I guess we'll see when we start pressing everything. Let's press. Oh.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the content of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared in this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
Oh, Mew's gone. So you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. A great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who's this super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helped me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get your news myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay, I'm Larry Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. We've said it was the final battle like 5 times now. But this is really the end for that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. And leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job. He trusts us! This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. He said our name! The show! Let's start the dang...
Hold it!
The last row? I should think that Ambassador would have had special seating reserved.
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave all the good seats for them. It's enough for me to simply see him.
Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the big princess here.
My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? What, this young butterfly's on the side of Edgy Boo? So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen. In frustration, perhaps. There said she could be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you're watching the show?
Hold it!
You're admitting then that you have no way of proving enough that you are watching.
Objection!
Quiet! You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. Said you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. That's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience.
Is it proof? Well, I remember the content of the show as well myself. Let's test you then.
That's nice.
That's nice. Mouse Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. Wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. Don't you think the climactic scene of today's show is totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well.
That spectacular special move. The way he delivered that final blow against the evil magistrate.
Early summer rain jab.
Oh, you fool. Oh, no. Oh, you.
Oh, that's you live on my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How would you forget your own special moves? That's the special tech that Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, so today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? And watch the show, then how can I answer you if the name of the move?
Suppose you're correct, but you could please elaborate on that point for me. Oh, you absolute buffoon. You can't use the dang move because the spear was broken.
Objection!
Ergo. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you could trip me up asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
A samurai spear? What about it?
The spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Larry's a klutz. Fortunate for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hard-bloodedness. Ah. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you know what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct, because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. If you'd really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Kirkus Alba! Didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Aha! I wasn't watching the show tonight. Said it opens up some possibilities, busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. So where were you during the show? Demand an answer now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show. Well, most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That was the lousiest naming accuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Because he got the name of the move wrong. Can't really use that as proof that you didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I'd want to watch the entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever. Who was that just now? It'd be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, please, hold on for a sec, I beg. I never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. What exactly is Steel Samaniac, pal? I believe he meant to stay a Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai. I would never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan, so sorry I missed the entire show. It's the most amazing show for the spirit of the young at heart. Sarcasm here because a long wooden nose can ruin any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that you didn't watch the last scene. But I really need to hear something more definitive. They're linked to Mr. Alba directly in the mode of managing Mr. Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what's it for? Well, I'm just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That was a bit of a secret only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say anything stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I should have said secret. That's why I could really decide on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, stage director was going nuts because they're supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab, that's kind of how we decided the name of the move. Well, that time I already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same, so the director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, if he changed the move to the Sushi Slash, we kind of pretend the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. Bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically a gag orders issue for publicity's sake. It also makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are on this man's testimony. Huh, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? No implications we read into a behind-the-scenes to have a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Kirkus Alba. You're the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. That name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? And the name of the movie you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way he could have known. Cursus Alba. It's the only way he could have known the name of the special move? You saw it. You know because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means Mr. Alba's in there at some point, right?
What's the big deal, sir? I'll see what that means.
There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. I can't afford to let this slide. This relates to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder. What specifically? What specifically here? Let's check the history. There's no evidence there's a great deal to do with the dressing room. Oh! Yeah!
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaits its turn to be pushed on stage into the dressing room. It was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went to Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer had to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. No, but wait! What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing was supposed to be devoid of people. Stepping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. So the killer must have come up with the idea to move the body of the pushcart then too. Correct. Let's make in Theodore's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Curtis Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest!
Not so fast.
What is it now?
Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What's there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. I got lost when I did. I went to ask for directions when I opened the dressing room door and no one was inside. That's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk, still trying to get out of this?
Don't you really think you'd get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. If that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, leave an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. Possible we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he finds some new facts, pal.
If he's a little thief, may even learn something from recreation.
Don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how can you?
Not saying that this would be mean. Just that you've already searched there. My men really are something else.
They found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis. So they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. They had found something and have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. There's no info to feed a little thief. I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. The fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. I can't prove both statements to be true. Mr. Alba walks away a free man. What do we do? Objection! Hold it! Who's that? Let's see if that happens. There's another course of action left to us. It appears that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. If you'll excuse me, because of you people I missed my flight. I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Who is it this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers! First Larry, now you. What's that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't trick like I'm some kind of nuisance. Didn't mean to say this while we keep talking about things I don't get at all. While leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up. I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? From you? It's so super special, I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. Oh, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this? It's
the box? Those samurai dogs, right?
Yes, so Edgy Poo, go and eat one. You feel right as I am.
Alright. Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. Not one to hand out stanks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. A thought occurred to me, and maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you're nice and full. What if I did to serve you some of my own homemade food? I mean, isn't it a desire of every woman to make sure their beloved there was so hungry that I wanted to experience? Say one thing in a long time you say I could make the most delicious meal of an ingredient through and from me. I was a start to consider on Mr. Edgeworth. Can't you do anything about her? There's no power on earth that can force that woman to silence. I'm so sick and tired of it. All people do is look down on me. This box of samurai dogs playing you for a fool. That special design on it, the fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. I ate one, tastes just like the rest. Ooh, it made me so mad. A special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it. Never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun's fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? Are the samurai dogs where the money was being hidden? To show the samurai dogs are piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. Right, so this red sun made just what we need to point us in the right direction. At present, Studio Bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. They're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. To pile them all in the pushcart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Coach at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. Ooh, we're doing this all right now, and then force the steel summoner to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final piece of the logic puzzle together, no matter how fragile or small the connections may be. If you found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. So what do we do here first? Take him to this room. Box in the push cart. Take him to the dressing room. Guess we try it. Nope. Pieces don't fit together quite right. Nope. Back into the Mind Palace again, I guess. It's just dogs and pushcart. That's probably it. Killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor are most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. And then... that which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. This red sun was filled in when the killer was... Oh, it's blood. 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 Heh. It's blood. Film of the killer is busy moving samurai dogs on the pushcart. It's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red sun has turned out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy, old bag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy Poo!
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Coach in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat to yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless.
The only way we're going to continue cooperating with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. Believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. How there remains one piece here, and it's about to put you away for good. Ha! You're bluffing. No. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. Finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. I mean, figuratively, not literally. So, what about that box of samurai dogs gonna put the old man away? Trace evidence that'll bring him down? That's here, of course. It's blood, my guy. Well, someone did die. This box of samurai dogs like Hinamaru found on it. This should never have existed. Just want you all to take a good look at this red spot. A single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I gotta admit, I'm a bit surprised. Can't believe you found blood in a place like this. Hey, you, get this down to the lab, pronto. Well, how's there blood in that box to begin with? If you think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Now, you said you transported the samurai dogs to the pushcart, correct? Yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? To make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. The samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. But Larry says it's true. What the box is doing on the floor? I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. That's when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto the box. My men investigated. Not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Guess the embassy staff has already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? And Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that! I didn't steal, I just received it from myself. Curses, Alba, I'd say it's one very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to ruin your little love fest, however. How can you be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him? If that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what? Heh. So, Mr. Edgeworth, sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? Sole piece of evidence has left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. The very least we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And he said like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs. Wait a minute. Report. What are the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this curse is Alba. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Question? The one from before, have you forgotten? If that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, proves that the crime scene was that dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? That's... Wait a dang minute. If the murder took place in that room, then that's where the wound came from. So that Alba's blood is gonna be on that samurai dog, I'm pretty sure. That's... He has a very good point. The blood in that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba's the killer. Then, this evidence, it's meaningless. That can't be. We're so close, sir. I'll smack that smug look off his face. Well, there's gotta be something we can do. Finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Ah! I can't think of a single thing. Now, if you excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who is it now? Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. It wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either. It was me. No. Why did you... because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more. What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. What? No. What? What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, Then who the heck is it? I don't know, sir. I know that's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, all right. Name me my words. Which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood's nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy. What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
It's like to believe. What if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
I guess that's possible.
Dang, I've been wasting our time in a red herring. The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Curse Alba, you bastard!
Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. There's enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Alba, it doesn't matter where you're off to, you'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of it will be behind me. Work to see how that day comes.
Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
No.
We just gotta check if it's his blood, right? If it's Alba's blood, that proves it.
Is really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case?
There's another possibility. Someone else other than the victim. So I thought I had him backed into a corner. It is I who have been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. That's it! Must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get into the box like this. If I think about it that way, the blood got into the box when the body was being placed in the pushcart. The owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. Because of you kids, that was removed from center stage. I will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. It's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? Wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Cursus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Huh! Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back. An incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Earth and Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But if we know it's not from the victim, let's see how it remains relevant as a case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that's exactly what's very important to the case. The part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, I believe you're already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to? Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. Blood that sold this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. It's you.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun in this box belongs to you, Cursus Alba. What? Why is his blood in the box of samurai dogs? Not even a victim. The blood found in the box of Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. That time the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. That's what you mean. The blood doesn't belong to the victim, since there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
Mr. Coach was the one who stabbed, sir. While Mr. Alba had been the one who was bleeding.
What if during the murder Mr. Koch had fought back? You mean before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Koch had managed to wound Mr. Alba? I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves he was bleeding then. A piece of evidence that shows Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time because of a dang wound here.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear in your body a great wound. That was from when Damask II attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip by, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are one of a kind criminal. I'm the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I've overlooked something? So that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin? That it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that's correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, or that could only have come from a blade. Wonder where you propose that as a weapon came from. I think I know exactly what it is. Ah! This theater is packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort. But what if that weapon was not a weapon at the time? Just as Mr. Alba was about to bring in the Alabastrian knife and a bouquet. Must have been some other way of seeing a weapon of some sort. But as long as you can't prove what that other weapon is, the other way is, talking Mr. Cochin's Tammy is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now. With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. That key! That's the key my father stole from here 7 years ago. It is very unique, and has both a key and a knife. I mean that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. No! Couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. Inside that safe there's a document about Cadopian paper, signed by Mr. Cochin. But to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you have to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Curtius Alba? If you say no, you're guilty! Haha! And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Impossible! You can't take me down! Swine! All of you! Especially Manny Cochin! It's all because of that man's betrayal! He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring by removing me as an ambassador! Which is why he reserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. That's why I sent the Yatagrasu's card and how the incident was born! Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that's supposed to play out. Manny's supposed to bring everything to a close. Now we've gotten away for two if one for you meddling prosecutors. You had this tense moment, game. You had this tense moment where he's revealing everything. But you couldn't help yourself. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Ruh-roh. Gumshoe's definitely the Scooby. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country is our Alabas. Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Eat! Oh my god. Dang, what happened to you? Oh. Alright. Anyways.
Whew. This is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
Next week he's scheduled to stand trial on his own country of Alabast. Franziska is studying that one. I suspect she'll be suffering a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Von Carm in court right after facing you, sir. Ugh. I don't even want to think what that'd be like. God, listen, Mr. Alba is being escorted to the courthouse. Boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. The flight attendant meeting Mr. Ports were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Meals provides support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. Mr. Ports was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Oh, go your airlines, even the prosecutor's office. No one will save the smuggler ring, huh, sir?
I expect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, Detective?
Nothing, just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Asamano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano's been working at the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, for you arrested both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess it about wraps up the KGN incident as well, huh?
Suppose so. The real killers in the KGN incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. 7 years ago, the killer in the second KGN incident was Macrell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. Now we'll expose it all at the trials today.
You solve a case left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Deadman. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I've seen some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, crab, beef. Don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Oh, wait. Actually, I don't think I want them anymore. Where you holding them? Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Godopia, its economy has changed.
Really?
It seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Godopia. Ah, but what a pity. Every item he sends a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. If you don't wanna, I can give him my lovely assistant Kay.
What? That's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? I'm just still not here.
Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. Can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
I totally didn't notice you. Realized that voice was you. Lang Z says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, pleasant surprised to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in the courthouse. I wasn't gonna miss. Watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. All that, something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa's finally at peace again. It's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
Shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way. That's not about to change, you got that?
I see. I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah. If there's ever someone you precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about all you want. And as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what.
Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. Looking forward to this. I bet a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
He's got so much confetti. He's got so much confetti ready. I still love that that's canon. Now I'll throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you got enough, because I'm gonna go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. Wait, are we actually doing court stuff or not? Sorry for those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. To that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. I created this forced on me since I was very young. I no longer think that's all we prosecutors are. That's because...
Yeah, he is.
Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. Today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. Objection. He did it. Yay! That's a video game right there. Yep. Remember these good old times? Hey, remember Case 1 and 2 we did in one stream? I really am Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. So about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet. They've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline chose me to design their new line of Go You Jumbo
Uh-oh.
Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. Guess I won't be flying Go You Airlines anytime soon, sorry.
Oh.
Does this guy. Nope. Sorry he died, though.
Edgeworth? That's rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, seen most fantastic treasure recently. The Primatic statue of the Principality of Cadopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Paleno is most generous.
Yeah, sure. Don't look inside, though. Is Salmonell gonna tell us something? We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. Feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in a cooperation with them. How is the Cadopian court await? Cadopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my VIP should find new vigor there. Oh man. I'll talk about it more after all this is done. No! This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed I dropped my police badge too! I guess what really broke the camel's back was I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man. Like, the potato chips? Or... I haven't had Ruffles in a while. I've switched to other chip types in more recent years. I was actually hoping to talk to Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. I've got to get going. Return to Europe. Still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time about Mr. Edgeworth on a case, gotta do as a real forensic scientist. Sherry's gonna need all the help I can give him, scientifically. Sure he will. Good music. No, it's you. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. I've still got this ring pop. The only prison I'm for trapped in this cage of love. And my dad's still right over there. He is still right there. Guard at detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? With her dead dad right next to her in the shot. That's funny.
Here I am.
Oh!
It appears that all sorts of drama take place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Nope, Judge, don't worry about it. We're not gonna get a judge game, I don't think.
Yeah.
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 Whew, barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get to you, Maggie. Still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I don't know what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun. No. Yeah, I thought this guy would be evil. When I come to Kadopi for summer vacation, you have coupons aplenty. Right now, Embassy's proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although we're saying that particular case create a few small fires of its own. We have a few problems with the fire marshals. The next event will be great. Hey, welcome. Yeah, sorry to start early. We had attraction title Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I have to in this case helping create our latest attraction. Yeah, I had to start early because I didn't really have an opportunity. Like, I wouldn't really have time to do it tonight because I have to be up early tomorrow. But yeah, this last case was really good. Alba was a cool villain, and I really thought that the other guy was gonna be evil. Can't believe I'm mini ditched with a guy in Japan. What's the cave? That's how I met Miharu. I'm planning to go to Paris soon, start a business. Gonna sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. Blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee you'll turn your tongue and be your face blue. No, I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in blue suit all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time, I'm gonna make him meet one of my dogs. Don't say it like that, Larry. Yeah, I thought Plato would be like evil. He's like the most agreeable person in the game. Or probably the entire series, even. It's like, oh, I'll help you. Here you go. I'll save you a bit. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, as the elements within the ring have begun moving, they're probably fighting over who should succeed, or who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I ever heard of that smuggling ring. Langzi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. Thinking of retiring my mirror. Oh boy. Are we gonna get old bag stuff? I was the pink princess and the pink badge all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip. And when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under headpiece every time I see him. Been an alien. Since a creepy, fancy pink animal. Then I was the pink princess. A great hero. Just as better since I was a young man. I could be started wearing the size out of my head. All the right, I'll be impressed with the story constantly. That sounds like a terrible idea. Ugh. Yep. Hold on. We got more talking to do. Oh, now the break. Yeah. I was totally wrong about Plano. I was like, this guy's evil. He's got a super serious sprite. Aside from his goofy one. He's definitely evil, but no, it's like, I was way off the mark. It's like, oh, yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, don't worry. Oh, hey, I got political powers. Oh, take that, Alba, whatever. Man, this game has really good characters in it. It's really good. I don't know if there's a character I disliked. The third case was... maybe the third case I didn't like that much. It did introduce Agent Lang, who is one of my favorite characters in this game. He's so good. But, other than that, the third case was kind of... you know.
Whoop! Feel so much better now the trial's over. As always, your legal prowess is top-notch, sir.
Yeah, nothing beats the look of Mr. Alba's face when he revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. I wish you could have seen it.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fierce in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, we got large-scale operations. To clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska and Agent Lang.
So what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh, well, you're taking care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. He'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Still trying to steal my job, pal.
Just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Ugh, what a relief.
Kay? Yes? Yet after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course. Well, I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team my own.
3-person team?
3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think it's what's so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I'll ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I gotta work extra hard to make a world with Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. I guess it's time for me to get going. I see.
Kay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? Don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Lock on my window has been broken on forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Take your group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. I'd be concerned with this one.
Are there gonna be any ghosts in this one? Because that tends to happen with photos people take. No. Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. He's doing like a silly pose, or... And thus, the long tale of the cage incident came to a close. Saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. There's little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. Someone has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor. That is my new creed. Hey! Look at that. Good picture. Yeah, again, I do still love how they don't name drop Phoenix at all. This isn't his game. Get him out of here. Don't even mention his name. No, I'm just looking at the gallery. Alright! So in case it isn't clear, I love this game. I love the characters. Ace Attorney game is always going to be good, I think. And I know the second one will be. Like I said, I think the only thing I didn't like was Case 3. But other than that, everything is really good. The new characters they introduced are really good. Kay's great. Agent Lang's great. Detective Bad is good. I'm glad we got the cameos we did. It was great. I was so happy and so afraid when Larry showed up. I was like, uh-oh. Yeah-oh. Okay, so... the next game is Ace Attorney Investigations 2 Prosecutor's Gambit. We are not going to be playing that tonight. Oh god, no. We've been going for almost 7.5 hours. But I think I'll take a break from this before I start the second game. I'm going to play some other stuff a bit. My voice has taken a bit of a beating from doing all this, so I want to take a bit of a break. But we're going to... whenever we return to this, it'll be good. I'm certain of that. But, yeah, that is Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth all done. Like, apparently I've missed some, like, optional missable achievements in cases where, like, you do certain things, but whatever. Look, I like getting achievements sometimes. I will try and complete a game if I can, but no, not for this. Alright. Well, we're going to end it for today. Thank you everyone that showed up and chatted. And I'm looking forward to doing Investigations 2 later on. That'll be for a bit later. I have some other things I want to play before then. Like I said, I want to give my voice a break. Doing funny voices is fun, but doing it this much for this long is not. Again, thank you all for showing up. Very much appreciated. This is always a good time. I'm glad I've been getting back in the groove of things. So we're gonna end the stream. And again, thank you everyone. If you haven't already, be sure you're subscribed and followed and everything and all that stuff, so I don't miss when I do return to this game. And hope you all have a good rest of your night. I still have a good amount of time left for my night, so I can go to bed early. But yeah, good night everyone, take care of yourselves, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye.